Hello.
Hey, machine. Hola.
Hola.
How are you?
Doing well, man. Been not been playing a lot of StarCraft lately, so I've kind of been jonesing for this, but just busy with work and stuff. But things have been good. Excited for today's cast, man. We got a couple epic ones for sure.
2 PVTs.
2 PVTs. Yep. Gosudark, who's kind of been like, I mean, he's been around forever, but I feel like he's starting to really find like a good form. You see him like placing well in a lot of the foreign events recently and making a name for himself again. And obviously, man, he's going up against Dandy. I mean, I feel like we have him on this show every time I'm casting, and he's always doing well. So
You know what? He is, and he just got into the Trovo 500 streamer program, guys.
oh, sick.
Congratulations to him. Thanks to you, Machine, and Pato, and Alpha X, and these kind of events that we do. We sort of marketed, I guess, Trovo, and gradually helped not just Dandy, but Death Fate, and some other streamers are starting to get or try to get into the program. So it's a really cool opportunity for Broodword. Players right now, I think Latin Americans stand the biggest chance of getting into the streamer program because of the big following. But I'm hoping in the future, people like Boneth, people like Dewalt, and others who have decent followings, Gypsy, they could also try out Trovo and get into the program. So it's a good way to support our players.
Yeah, definitely, man. I think pretty much the ones you just named would be big additions to Trovo and the type of people who would look for something like that. So, yeah. I think that's awesome.
Anybody listening to this too on the YouTube pod, if you don't know what Trovo is, like Google it, Trovo.live. You can read about their streamer program. Basically, they pay you every month for meeting their goals.
Hey,
you
we
can
got
get paid
Kwark
thousands
on
of dollars. I think Dandy got into the platinum or gold group. I think it's almost $1,000, which goes a long way, especially if you're in Peru. I mean, people can quit their day jobs and stream full time if it's feasible for them to do that. So it's nothing to sneeze at. And yeah, big congratulations to Dandy. We will
It's
be
also a
seeing him
good
play,
side job too. Just make a little extra income.
right?
Yep. Got Kwark in chat. I want to give a good shout out to our buddy Kwark here. Good to see you, man. I know you're tuning in for my PVT knowledge.
Hey, man. That's where he learned PVT from. You.
Yeah, yeah, sure. You can tell that's not true because he actually wins PVT. I think Kwark's best matchup might even be PVT, so he's probably really excited for tonight's matches.
I think he said that's the matchup he understands probably the most.
Yeah, maybe that's right. Maybe that's right. Maybe it's the one he says he feels he has the best understanding of it. Either way, heck of a good Protoss, heck of a good PVT player.
Alright, and then we got the Dewalt vs. Scan later.
Yeah, I mean, how do you top that? I love watching these two every time they meet. I think they're just, obviously two foreign monsters. Well, one foreign monster and one Korean who braces us, or who pleasures us foreigners with showing up and playing some matches.
That's right.
And he's at least active in the foreign scene, which is a rarity at times. But
Scan was supposed to play during one of our events. I think it was the Africa TV. He didn't show up. He thought the time was different, so we had Art User. We subbed him in. The last time Scan played, he actually played 2 show matches back to back. He played against Dandy, and he shut Dandy out, I think 5-0.
Whoa.
And then he played Dewalt, and he shut Dewalt almost out 6-1. The last time, there's one other time that Dewalt played Scan recently for us, and it was a little bit closer, I think. Maybe 3-4 was the final score. So the last time, anyways, that Dewalt played Scan, it didn't go in Dewalt's favor as much. So I'm interested to see what happens today.
Yeah, I mean, it could have just been an off day, but if you have an off day against someone like Scan, it's never gonna go well for you. But I think Dewalt has the capability to take a series like that off of Scan, so it wouldn't be unheard of. But it's hard to say Scan wouldn't be the favorite here.
Predictions, my friend, for the 2 matches tonight?
Part of me just thinks Dandy's a monster. I guess just to get right into what we're about to witness. I'd say he's the more well-rounded player. He likes to play to, I guess, more your standard like late game style TVP. And I think the map pool actually plays well to more like I guess mid-late game timings. Gasless expands into third base openings type play from Dandy. So I want to say he's going to be my favorite here. But Gosudark, not someone to be slept on. He has some really kind of off the wall builds that he knows how to throw them in. He very much practices the maps he's playing, and I can see him throwing Dandy for a loop and taking a series by executing some builds that maybe Dandy isn't able to scout or doesn't expect. But just when you think a player like Gosudark is, you have him pegged as taking a risk, he'll open 12 necks and get a econ advantage from there, and then go into something like 2-base carrier. So I think this is gonna be close, but I'll say Dandy takes this 4-2.
Okay.
And then Dewalt Scan. I don't know. I really want to see Dewalt win. I just love him as a player. He's like, I watch very few Protoss streams, but he's definitely one of them.
And he's a super nice guy, in case anybody out there hasn't followed his stream.
Super, super nice guy. Always very respectful, always really, interacts with his fans, talks with his fans,
Right.
streams very regularly. You can always usually catch Dewalt's stream and see what he's been up to.
Doesn't get angry, doesn't BM.
Nope. He's very much in control, but he's going up against Scan. If I'm giving my honest opinion here, I think Scan will take that series 4-1 would be my guess.
Oh, we got 7 games, both of them.
Oh, right. Okay. All right. Let's say 5-2 for Dandy.
Okay, I was worried you were gonna say 6-1.
I'll say 6-1 for Scan versus Dewalt. Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay, that was their last result when they played for us, so we'll see.
Hello, I just came to say that Bryce is wrong. Dewalt is going to take it.
Yeah? Okay. Well, let's hear the argument.
Are you
then,
serious?
Pato. Let's hear it.
Yeah.
Why do you think he can take a Terran juggernaut like Scan?
Because he has beaten Scan in G's tournaments a lot.
Okay. You think he's got the mental edge at the moment?
Yeah, I have the faith. I believe in Dewalt.
I wonder if this is like a good time zone for Dewalt. Like we'll actually catch him like when it's not 5 a.m. his time for once. I feel like every time he plays in the BSL tournaments, it's like he's been awake for 18 hours straight, like playing through tournaments after practicing, and it's like, but maybe we might be able to see a different side of him here.
Well, we know Russians are special people. They are like I don't know. They are cold-minded.
Yeah.
I pretty much admire them. I think, you spend 20 hours without sleep, no problem. And they keep the same face, the same killer face. So...
Oh yeah, they're definitely killers, man. They're those Eastern Europeans, they're a tough breed for sure.
Yeah, so I sleep only 5 hours a day, and I'm like lying on the floor crying, saying why God. They all can play 20 hours straight, no problem. So
yeah, I guess you're right.
Of course not. Yeah. So Buenas noches a todos, bienvenidos, bienvenido Tocayo, bienvenido a toda la gente de Dandy, gracias por el apoyo a todos. Pero bueno, les comentamos que hoy vamos a tener el beneficio de tener como un doble stream, ¿no? Tanto en el canal de Dandy como en este canal. Les agradeceríamos a todos si pueden tener los dos streams abiertos, ¿no? Ya que si quieren pueden dejar uno atrás, así, muteado. Pero bueno, sería importante para poder apoyar este tipo de torneos. Así que gracias de nuevo, saludos a Sacrom, al CES, a toda la gente de Perú, Latinoamérica que se te va haciendo presente. También les recordamos que pueden hacer clic en el link de Macherino. Eso solamente van a hacer un clic y van a agregar 30 centavos de dólar a todos los participantes para el prize pool. A ustedes no les cuesta nada, es simplemente hacer clic ahí, tomarse 15 segundos y loguearse con alguna cuenta, puede ser de Google, de Facebook o lo que sea. Y automáticamente una vez que hacen clic en Claiming Code o Claiming Code, van a poder agregar esa plata de premio. Así que un abrazo a toda la comunidad peruana, que los queremos un montón, a toda la gente de Latinoamérica, y espero que disfruten este primer enfrentamiento entre Dandy y Gosudark. Así que gracias de nuevo y por favor pónganse las pilas y compartan a sus amigos, avísenle que esto va a ser una fiesta de StarCraft. Vamos a castear tanto en inglés como en español. Capaz en este canal va a predominar un poquito más el inglés. Dandy va a estar casteando sus juegos en primera persona y después se va a quedar para observar el partido entre Scan y Dewalt. Así que los esperamos en ambos streams. Tengan los dos abiertos, no se olviden. Gracias a todos. Ok, so I made it simple, right? You promise not to cry. Yes, I am. I'm eating my dinner here.
Bon appetit. Let's do this, guys.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
So, Pato, we didn't get your predictions for this. What do you think?
Dandy versus Gosudark?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah, I'm a huge Dandy fan, so I think this is best of 9 with best of 7. 7 games, so it's going to be 5-2 because it's Protoss.
Okay. That's exactly what I said.
Yeah, we're connected.
Alrighty, spawning at the bottom left as the yellow Protoss, we have Sol P Gosudark. And spawning at the top right on Eclipse as the red Terran, the Peruvian Terran himself, it is Sol T Dandy.
Exponeando abajo a la izquierda tenemos a nuestro amigo, al señor, al amo del cheese, al amo de jugar raro y original. Tenemos a Soul P Gosudark. Y arriba a la derecha, nuestro héroe, nuestro Goliath peruano. Tenemos a nuestro osito cariñosito. Tenemos a Soul D Dandy.
I heard cheese and I was like, oh shit, he's introducing Gosudark. I thought you were doing Dandy, but I realized in the past I always went back to the first player.
Yeah, dude.
That's so funny.
Gosudark, I gotta say, he loves his Dark Templar. Not afraid to make Dark Templar in any matchup.
We love him for doing that because it's always exciting.
It always is. You know, there's always that potential. One little invisible boy getting in there, killing a bunch of workers really quickly, you know, can end a game for anybody. So it's a good skill to have for sure.
No, he knows.
No, he is not. You know, he wouldn't be placing as well as he did if he was one-dimensional. You know, he has like favorites I feel like he leans to, but absolutely the second you think, oh, I'm playing against Gosudark, he's got to be going some type of proxy play this game. That's the game he opens 12 next, and he'll run you over straight up as well.
Yeah, he has so strong timings that he I don't know. He's that kind of player that you never know what he's going to do. So I don't know. I'm really excited to watch this series because you have to always check, you have to always scout, and he made like a fame where he only knows how to all in, but also if he opens like a greedy build, you don't expect it, maybe you over defend and then he overwhelms you with his macro. So he's a very good player indeed.
So game one here, it's Eclipse. You know, of the map pool, this is definitely one of the more older, established maps. You know, I would probably expect from Dandy. I've seen Terrans like to do a lot of mid game, by like big factory timings. You know, 5-fact timings. You know, foregoing that early starport, early science facility to get those 2-run upgrades going. And it seems difficult for Protoss to really defend well on this map, but we'll kind of have to see where Dandy goes from here.
Oh, here the chat is saying that Gosudark has a thing for stream sniping. So that's Sharingan.
I see.
So, un saludo para Gosudark que está mirando el stream. Un abrazo fuerte. Por favor, no abuses demasiado. So, let's see. So, pretty much a standard opening from Dandy. I know that this vulture first is getting very popular.
Yeah, it's always nice when they're able to sneak that vulture out behind and get like a few mines down or something like that. Where I really started noticing this was when I watched Gypsy play. Honestly, he consistently gets this vulture out, and you know, at least gets some very important scouting information with it. But yeah, it looks like Dandy's kind of leaning towards that in this game as well. Ooh, wow, it gets out. And keep in mind that vulture, once mines upgrade, still will be able to place 3 mines on the map. He's got to be very careful with it. Gosudark is in pursuit, and Dandy probably expects it, but actually, yeah, Gosudark gonna pull that Dragoon back. He knows I really have no idea where that vulture could have ended up, and I don't want to lose to a Dragoon to mines this early. But a little bit of pressure coming out here from Gosudark on that forward bunker of Dandy at the natural.
Yeah, but that will be easily defended, and that vulture being alive is really good to avoid any kind of harass on the third. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I think they are pretty much even.
Yeah, I'd agree. Like no significant damage really from either player at the moment. Do you know how Gosudark likes to typically follow up once he gets this expansion? Are you expecting Robo Obs, or will he go for like a 2-base carrier or something?
No, he plays standard. When he plays standard, he goes like third Nexus, greedy, and then if he doesn't spot that you're going to do a 2-base all-in, he just go Arbiter recall. That's his standard play.
Okay.
He's an Arbiter guy, but then he switched to carrier. He's I don't know, but I always see him make Arbiter. But you never know. It's Gosudark, so I wouldn't bet.
Yeah, you can't really bet on it.
Yeah, I think he doesn't even know what he's going to do. I think he just feel it. He has like a notch from inside that says DT carrier, and he just follows.
Okay. Well, we see 2 very quick comm stats coming out from Dandy, so he's gonna know exactly. Actually, just scanning a couple gateways. I guess that didn't really give too much information here. But either way, very intelligently hanging on to that second scan just in case the Gosudark DTs are in play. But we know that's not the case. It looks like you're right, Pato. I see a probe going for that 3rd base expansion. There is nothing out of the ordinary from this play so far from Gosudark. He is just going 100% standard PVT Eclipse. I think he's honestly in a good spot at the moment. He's got vision of Dandy's main. Meanwhile, Dandy not wasting, but using 2 scans, and all he knows is Gosudark has a couple gateways, has a few Dragoons, and you know, has the second Nexus with gas, of course. So there's, you know, no real understanding of whether this is Robo or not, unless he's seen the shadow inside his main, which I wouldn't put it past him, you know, for that observer anyway. But yeah, it looks like Gosudark putting that Stargate down, and once again, Pato, it's like you're a mind reader. This looks like Arb to me.
Yeah, I think he's doing a timing, but I don't think it's going to work since the observer is going to spot it, and I don't know, and Gosudark has a really good macro, so I don't really think that this is going to work, but I don't know, we have to wait and see.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, I get what you're saying. Like the onus is definitely on Gosudark, you know, to defend this. He sees it. He's got perfect vision. He knows, hey, Dandy's got 5 factories or 6 factories, and they're rallied to my base, and I'm gonna have a timing hitting in a couple minutes here, and you know, it's on me to hold this. But Dandy, you know, has been no slouch himself. Like you know, not skipping a beat. He has full saturation, main natural. We see that armory at the natural spinning as well. You know, getting those upgrades, building up that tank count. And if Gosudark makes a mistake, you know, if he gets supply blocked, if he slips up, if he forgets to put his archives down in time and get that arbiter, you know, he's in trouble. Another scan and another scan, and we still don't see the Robo. We still don't see the arbiter in play. So Dandy, you know, with some unfortunate scan positions, I feel like if he would have seen the Arbiter Tribunal, he might have had a much better idea. You know, what exactly he's up against here. This could be 4-base, no tech. This could be, you know, I don't know. This could be storm play, but he's really scouted nothing as far as tech goes. And here we go. It looks like he's moving to his own 3rd. Maybe not. Yeah, this has to be a timing from Dandy.
Yeah, it has to be.
Okay.
I think if it wasn't if it were like 4 factories, he could throw a 3rd at the 12th minute, but I think there are too many factories for that now.
Yeah, he's just too committed to this. Well, Gosudark with perfect vision on the map. We see the observer looking for that 3rd command center inside the main. There's one actually over Dandy's army. He sees this timing coming. I'm surprised Gosudark didn't get up to the high ground here. Now he is. So he will start putting some pressure on these vultures and delaying this push. Hopefully for that arbiter to get out in time. I don't know. I feel like Gosudark needed to move up a little earlier. He gave this high ground up a little too quickly to me. I mean, Dandy didn't even use mines here with his vultures. He's saved everything. So this is still like a massive, massive Terran force here.
Yeah, he had to save. He had to save bite some time to have a correct amount of units. This is the timing, but I don't know if Gosudark can buy enough time. I think he can pull this over.
We still have not seen the Arbiter quite yet, but this is starting to be a lot of Dragoon Zealot as well, with speed here for Gosudark. But if you look at their supplies, they aren't even supply here. So Dandy bridging that gap. Here we go. Siege hits. Oh, big, big shots from Dandy, raining down from these siege tanks. He is definitely getting the better of this engagement early on. And here we go. It's committal time. Boom. Big, big damage.
The position is really good. Dandy's going to win.
Gosudark is focusing the vultures a little too much, I think. Oh, but then a big wave of speed zealots moving in, getting on top of these siege tanks for the first time, and the Arbiter following in. There's no scan yet. Maybe there was. I didn't see one, but wow. Dandy's still in the fight, still pushing ahead. We see his factories rallied in. He's got to cut off these reinforcements with those group of mines and at least hope to kill Gosudark's 3rd to stay in this. Uh-oh, little bit of a misstep, moving into the Arbiter once again. Does lose a tank, but that is it as far as reinforcements at that 3rd. So finally, Dandy getting on top of this mineral line, starting to do some damage, and He needs to at least kill this third base, I feel, to kind of stay in this. There we go. Third Nexus down, despite the with the stasis field there. And yeah, man, Dandy really pulling this one back. Incredible, incredible timing from Dandy.
Yeah, I think it's kind of over now. Dandy's throwing the third. He's doing a really good follow-up. It's over 40 supply. So it's looking pretty much grim for Gosudark, I believe.
Yeah, it really is. Quite surprising, because like you said, I thought Gosudark had an excellent answer early game. You know, with his third base timing, he was up in supply. I think he could have just done a little more to delay maybe for this Arbiter. But still, not bad play from Gosudark either.
No, Dandy has a really good control of his units. He improved that a lot, and you can show it. I think if I've done the same build order, I think I will be slammed by Gosudark. But Dandy controls and positions his units so well, and that really gave him an edge.
I was noticing that during the fight, the siege tanks were both up very, very close to cut off those reinforcements and get into that Dragoon line, but also the Vultures tanked everything. I don't think a single tank got targeted by a Dragoon that entire, fight. And how could it? Like, he positioned those Vultures just perfectly, in order to prevent that Dragoon force from getting on top of the siege tanks, and also did a great job of targeting down the Zealots with the Vultures here. Yeah, this is just incredible, incredible play. Look how he uses the neutral area to buffer for these siege tanks, and there's just no getting on top of them. Sure, you could stasis them, that's fine, but it doesn't matter. The damage is already done. GG.
GG.
Wow. That was a hell of a first game. That was awesome.
Of course. Un aviso, muchachos. Pedimos obviamente manner y que bueno, respetemos a los jugadores. Por favor, no pidan que adelantemos juegos, nada por el estilo. Todos los 4 jugadores que están compitiendo acá son increíblemente buenos. Y bueno, por favor, pido que se respete eso y no hagan comentarios de mala onda. Estamos acá celebrando el StarCraft con un evento muy lindo y queremos disfrutar de todos los partidos. Por supuesto, si hay lo que no les interesa y no quieren apoyarlo, nadie los obliga a quedarse, pero recuerden siempre mantener la buena onda, que es lo primordial para disfrutar de estas partidas. So, well, terrific first game. It was really, really surprising.
Yeah, it really, really was. I was super happy with that one. Because, like you said, it looked like when Dandy was moving across the map, it was like, oh, Gosudark has all the answers in play. He had that third base up. He didn't miss a beat with his macro. He was up in supply. He had Arbiter on the way. But man, like, Dandy just made it work. I don't know. He picked off a couple small groups of units in the first engagement and then positioned the tanks perfectly, so that there was just no way of flanking them and getting on top of them. And yeah, Gosudark took the bait, took the engagement, and it didn't go well. Well, game 2 here, we're going to be getting into a game on Ascension, so kind of polar opposite from what we just saw. This is one of the new maps from last season's ASL, a map I personally love to watch games on. It's just, there's so many routes and unique little entrances to, the naturals, and so many different pathways to the thirds and fourths. It plays a little more high pace, I feel like, than most maps. So yeah, here we go. Spawning at the 12 o'clock position as the purple Protoss here. we have Soul P Gosudark. And spawning at the 4 o'clock position as the olive green, we have Soul T Dandy.
Okay, so cheese. I mean, arriba a las 12 en punto está nuestro proto, nuestro proto de color, nuestro proto de color violeta. Está nuestro rey, nuestro único, nuestro oso dark. Y abajo, a la derecha, de color amarillo mostaza, está nuestro osito cariñosito, nuestro killer, nuestro número 1, está nuestro amigo el Dandy. So 12 Nexus, I believe, or no, proxy gateway into maybe. Yeah, that's why I came to see.
I think you're right. Yeah, forward 9 gateway.
I bought my ticket to see this. I don't know about you. Yeah, I say cheese, and he felt like something inside of him.
Is forward gateway really cheesy? I don't really feel like it's a super cheesy build order.
It's plain Protoss is almost a cheese.
Oh yeah, that is very true. Just playing Protoss in and of itself is basically cheesy. like, oh well, they could do anything. Like, oh man.
Por favor, y un saludo a Gosudark que está viendo el stream. Por favor, defenderse de 2 base o Lin, que si no la gente se va a enojar. So, yeah. So, I don't know if it's going to work. This map is really small, so maybe a forward gate would be a good idea. But Dandy has really good micro. I believe that Gosudark doesn't choose Dandy because maybe he knows that Dandy has really good micro and really knows how to handle the situation. So he's trying to block the supply over there, so it's pretty smart.
He could still put it on top right there, though.
Yeah, but if he raises the barrack, I don't know if his salad goes through there because I think it's a significant
I don't think it goes through. Yeah.
No?
I don't think it does. No.
We have to wait and see. I'm not really sure. If it was my game, I'm sure a Dragoon will fit there. But Dandy, I don't know.
Fair enough. No, I think it's still a wall, so Gosudark was really hoping for like command center first maybe, or like Dandy to try to forward barracks, but I don't think he's going to be able to get much done here with these zealots. Oh, well, I say that, and then...
One hit? Yeah.
I don't know why that Marine walked to the left, but yeah. Yeah, that's a wall, for sure. Oh, wow. Okay.
That's a double wall. That's better than a wall.
I know. After that, Gosudark just improved his wall, basically.
Yeah, it's a 2.0 wall.
Ooh, the second zealot is coming in. Does get a couple shots.
Yeah, I don't know if he hits his own salad.
Did he? Did he hit his own salad there?
I don't know. They are angry because they cannot cheese.
I didn't see much damage really done there from Gosudark. Oh yeah, second Vulture coming in as well. These ults are going to get cleaned up very quickly here.
Yeah, it's a very good response, textbook response from Dandy, and now Gosudark cannot move out with that Dragoon. So Dandy will have his expansion earlier.
Yeah, and he's got that safety bunker. Yeah, I feel like Dandy's in a good spot here.
He's in a better spot. I wouldn't say that good, but in a better spot, yeah.
How many zealots was that? Was that 3 or 4?
No, 3.
3? Okay. Yeah, it was like, 3 zealots for, what, a Marine? I think that's pretty good.
Yeah, but still, the expansions were at the same time.
Yeah, true.
So, I don't know how much delayed. Maybe his 2 workers delayed, but no biggie.
We have a pretty fast starport coming down here from Dandy, so Be interested to see if that's maybe some drop play. Two Dragoons moving out on the map. But we do have mines out from Dandy already, so really Gosudark's going to have to watch out with these Dragoons here. Try not to take any unnecessary damage. Ooh, he's getting pretty close to a mine already. But nope, didn't fall into anything so far.
Yeah, but still can throw a third without any problem.
Yeah, that's true. I wonder why Dandy didn't put a mine on the third. Well, I would assume that's going to be Siege researching here for Dandy at the factory. Second factory going down. He's probably going for a vulture drop inside the main here, I'd guess.
Yeah, so you usually know that 6:30 is the time where the Protoss throw his third in standard times, and you also know as a Protoss that at 6:30, more or less, you can get hit by a drop. So that's the exact time as well that an observer should be out. So I don't, because of that opening that they both made, timings are a little bit late, but maybe when the observer arrives to Dandy's base, he will see the starport really late. So, oh, they're going to flash.
Yeah, he's going to see it right over top of it. That's not good.
Yeah.
Gosudark already has Dragoons in position.
Yeah, that drop was going to make some damage, but not. So sad.
Ooh. So yeah, that's always a little frustrating. You want to try to get some type of damage with these if you can. Oh, here we go, going back in. You got a couple mines down in a good position.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's going to make a lot of damage. So sad. And the third is really delayed. Okay.
That was very good for Dandy. I'd say that's the kind of trade he was looking for. Those were just vultures. He already used the mines up on him. Like.
Oh, 1k minerals. What? What?
Looks like he's gonna put down a bunch of factories or something.
With 400 gas, you can only put 4. What?
That must be a third command center at the natural now. Oh nope, it's a factory. eBay.
Oh, there it goes. There it goes.
On location, third?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Oh. Unless he takes his fourth first? So, looks like a third Nexus will be going down for Gosudark. He's got those obs on the map finally. Looking to gain some information here. And yeah, Dandy looking to take his third at the same time.
So I really don't know why Gosudark delayed the third so much. It's a mystery for me.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. Maybe he's going for some type of shuttle drop or something before third, but that's just a guess.
He has to play aggressive or he will die.
Yeah, he's got to get some type of a trade here. I didn't see the most tanks out of Dandy. You know, maybe if he gets in a good position here, that is a good amount of Dragoons moving out. You know, he might be able to make something work here. Dandy moving up with 6 siege tanks, 4 Marines, looking to fill that bunker. Wow, yeah, he's already got his wall set up. No. This is going to be quite a difficult break if it's even possible.
No, it's not. You shouldn't go through there.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. I think Gosudark might walk in here and then kind of recognize he can't do much about it.
You need like 2 groups of salads with speed to break that.
We do see a shuttle moving in though. I wonder if he's still maybe thinking about it.
Maybe he's going to go for the main.
Yeah, he could. I mean, there's only 2 tanks at the natural here. But the other tanks are all up towards that third, but it's kind of dangerous because I mean, that is a really good position to have tanks in.
The downhill of doing that, build order that is doing, is that you have you will delay your upgrades because you cannot make like 4 factories, 5 factories. They get really fast there than having a very good upgrade timing. So I'm guessing that Dandy is delaying his upgrades in order to have more units to be able to stop any timing push.
I see. Okay. Yeah, I'm only seeing the one armory so far, so maybe it is slightly delayed. But we do see 4 more factories being produced from Dandy, so I'd expect that unit count to start rising pretty quickly. Gosudark has that 4th started. I think he's got a misrallied Nexus. But yeah, still doing a great job macroing as well. He's down a little bit in supply. You never really want that to be the case in this matchup, but you know, it's not the biggest deal. I think he can definitely play from here. Look at that shuttle in the main just kind of sitting there. There we go. Just forcing a little reaction out of Dandy. This is nice. You know, just doesn't want him to get too idle.
So I'm wondering if Dandy is going to make like a timing push with just +1 attack. Before, but he's going to have like 1 arbiter with 1 stasis, but they will have like similar supply, a similar supply amount of farming. So maybe he's going to push out like really soon with just +1.
Yeah, you could be right. I mean, it's a little abnormal to be up 20 supply, I think.
Yeah.
So he's got to know he has a really good position for the moment. And sometimes when you just get a little ahead, it's all right to just go attack, honestly. Just end the game. Don't prolong it any longer than it needs to.
He's ahead of supply. He has +1, which isn't bad. He has a vessel, so I think now is the time.
Yeah, he is. I have to agree with you, man. I think you're spot on, and I think that's what he's doing here. Here we go. That is so many tanks.
Yeah.
So he's kind of gonna need to push onto the high ground, I think, or do you normally push it into the natural ever in this position?
That little little spot is impossible to go through.
Okay. I guess with stasis.
If he had, yeah, and even if he had storms, it would be like a nightmare. No!
Oh!
No,
Tried to get that
cannot
EMP
lose
off.
that. Yeah,
Yeah, he couldn't do it. Looks like he's still gonna try to push in here, though.
Well,
We haven't seen any mines.
He
go
should.
down.
It's just 1 arbiter. It wasn't the end of the world.
I feel like Gosudark doing a lot better job of playing passive this game. He's not just rushing in there. He's waiting.
Yeah, he's
for those
buying time.
reinforcements.
He's buying time, and he's right about it.
Yeah, this is very, very good.
He needs stasis, and the tanks are very clumped up, so I don't know. It's all about the micro here and how he engages.
Here we go. Yeah, that Arbiter moving in for a good stasis. Gets 4 tanks, but it kind of creates a little bit of a wall. Oh, very nice shuttle with that Zealot Bomb as well from Gosudark. Still pushing in, still has a lot of Dragoons, but I mean, just not quite able to get on top of those siege tanks once again. I mean, Dandy just in the perfect formation. Once again, just perfect. Wow, I thought that was going to go so much better for Gosudark once again.
Yeah, to be honest, I thought that Gosudark was going to win that battle. More so that he was on the top, on the higher ground.
I feel like Gosudark maybe needed to flank from around south a little more with a portion of his army, and that might have
Yeah.
gone a little better. But yeah, he had so many units, but it was all coming in from one angle.
Yeah, he needs to buy some templates as well. He doesn't play with storms, which is not good in my opinion. I think. Oh, very good
Wow,
play.
very good stasis. Yeah, I would have to agree with you. I always wonder the Protosses that don't go storm, like why in this matchup anyway. Storm drops are good against Terran too. You don't have to just do them against Zergs and other Protoss.
Yeah, I think now it's over. You cannot overwhelm the Terran army, and now the third is gone. Dandy has a really good bank. I think he missed his opportunity. Even though now he has a good amount of arbiters, now the difference is too big to.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you here. I mean, he cannot lose this third, and I can't see a way for him to hold it at the moment. He's just kind of slowly trickling units in, to this tank line of Dandy. He's already down supply. Dandy's getting a fourth. I mean, Dandy's just been relentless here with this pressure. He's not going to give this up.
How many arbiters can you make?
Wow, 4 arbiters. I mean, if he gets enough of them, I guess he could just target down all the units.
Yeah. It's like dragoons.
Oh, wow. But yeah, another massive rally coming in here from Dandy. And that's it. Gosudark taps out. GG.
GG. Recuerden, gente, hacer clic en el link de Macherino. Está bien, así le pueden agregar plata extra a los competidores. Ahora lo dejo en el chat para quienes se copen. Es simplemente hacen clic en el link y a la derecha van a tener un cartelito que dice Claim Code. Van a hacer clic ahí, se van a loguear con su cuenta de Google, de Facebook, de Twitch o de lo que sea. Y de ahí le van a agregar 30 centavos de dólar de premio a todos los jugadores. Así que pónganse las pilas, tómense 15 segundos. Esto no les cuesta nada a ustedes, es simplemente tomarse el tiempo de hacer clic y ayudar a los jugadores, que siempre viene bien la pasta extra y el apoyo. Give me a sec.
Alrighty, no worries. So game 3 here. It looks like Gosudark has picked Good Night. Another map that's kind of new to the new season's map pool. I think it plays out for some pretty standard, styles in most matchups. I would assume PvT is really no difference here, but I haven't seen a ton of PvT on the map. The one thing I'll say is I feel like that mineral-only base that a lot of Terrans typically like to push to feels like a trap on this map for some reason. That's one thing I have noticed, is like taking your mineral-only on this map seems to just get you killed a lot of the time in most matchups. So I have been trying to keep myself from taking that base on this map lately.
Okay, then we are set. Dandy had to change a little thing, but we're good to go now.
Alrighty.
Big shout out to Soul Team, which these two players are part of. So cheers to Fuji. I know they are excellent team members as well.
Yeah, man.
And love for Peru as well. Un abrazo grande a toda la gente peruana y Latinoamérica que está acá bancando, poniendo buena onda, poniendo abriendo los dos streams para poder apoyar estas movidas y que podamos seguir haciendo estos eventos para que todos podamos disfrutar de buen StarCraft.
Yeah, big shout out to Soul, man. They are such an epic team of foreign Gosus and Koreans. Got all the BSL winners pretty much, or the one that wins it almost always. Thought of. All right, here we go. Game 3, good night between Gosudark and Dandy. And spawning at the top left as the orange Terran, we have Soul T Dandy. Spawning at the bottom right cross map as the yellow Protoss, we have Gosudark.
Y arriba a la izquierda, I know, arriba a la izquierda tenemos al Terran. De color naranja tenemos a nuestro querido Bambi. Y abajo, estoy esperando un cheese en la parte inferior derecha. Tenemos a nuestros protos de color amarillo, tenemos a Gosudark. Gosudark, estamos esperando el cheese. Yo sé que me estás escuchando, muchacho.
I didn't even hear you say Dandy, so I was still looking at him when you moved on to Gosudark, and then I heard cheese. I was like, okay, so he's
that's a key word. I'm saying to Gosudark that I'm still waiting. I know he's hearing, so please do that cheese already.
We haven't seen him cheese yet, so
Yeah.
It's been pretty standard, but I get the joke. Ooh. This is not going to be a 12 next or anything funny. We see a standard gateway inside the main, not a forward gateway. So this looks to be, yeah, pretty standard here. Ooh, Scout and Cross map on Goodnight here is Gosudark, so he might get a lucky first scout here. Meanwhile, Dandy not doing anything out of the normal. Fat Barracks is sitting right next to his command center, getting that quick gas. You know, he's just playing as safe as possibly could be. Ooh, that scout getting in there very quick, starting to put a little bit of pressure on this SCV of Dandy making the barracks. Oh, not quite able to. Okay, getting a little annoying with the mining, but man, Dandy all over it already. Big damage from that SCV being put onto that probe. And yeah, he's gonna chase him out here.
So cross positions. Gosudark, now is your time to be greedy.
Yeah, we should see Nexus here pretty quickly.
Plus, I have this impression that this map is way too big.
I don't know why we're seeing this Zealot, right? Like, Gosudark got first scout off, knows he's cross map, knows that Dandy is playing as safe as can be, and he's trying to make this Zealot. I think that's a little odd, and I don't think it's going to pay off for him.
Zealot, I think it's not very good. I
Yeah.
think he's crossing the desert, and when he arrives, there will be like 4 tanks and 1 battle cruiser patrolling the area.
Here we go, though. Pressure coming in. We'll pick off probably this SCV at least. Yep,
Yeah.
SCV goes down. And yeah, Dandy on the back foot for a second here. That bunker's not quite able to get up, and we do see a Dragoon rallying cross map as well. So, you know what? Suddenly, I don't know what I'm talking about. Clearly, this is not looking so bad. Decides to go home with the probe, and we do have a vulture finally. Getting a little bit of damage onto this vulture. Actually, I think the vulture might fall. Nope, not quite. Oh, good repair, but it's not quite enough. And this is still going to be a dead Dragoon here. Wow, that control. Very well done and held there from Dandy.
Yeah, but he needs like 3 Marines to move out, and he doesn't have a tank yet or add-on. So
Yeah, I think he went for. I think that is that a
What?
command center in the main.
yeah, but the question is when he's going to put it. Oh, he did that dragon good.
Yeah, this is looking a little scary. Oh, we do have a bunker going down though. SCVs are tanking for the bunker. Factory add-on is complete, but I didn't see it spinning yet. Ooh. Yeah, we don't have a tank. Oh, we're supply blocked. Well, that's why. Okay, 26 to 26. Waiting on this command center is dandy. I mean, he can buy time with this bunker all he wants, I guess, as long as Gosudark doesn't commit, he's fine. Just felt a little off. So we should have a tank on the way now that that second command center has completed. Dandy scouting Gosudark's Nexus as well, so he knows he has the faster expansion. And I mean, he's holding just fine. Academy going down, second factory as well. So yeah, somehow Dandy is completely fine. And we see that SCV being chased top right by a Dragoon. So, you know, Gosudark just hunting stuff down where he can. Tank will push off this pressuring Dragoon and prevent any more repairing on that bunker. So, yeah, Dandy is completely held. We do see another Robo. Ooh, support bay this game. Awesome. I really have been wanting to see Gosudark's Reaver control here. And I think this is a good time for it. Cross map, you know, it really is a builder that kind of takes advantage of cross map, especially if you end up getting that shuttle speed here early on, which Gosudark might be doing. It's kind of hard to tell. But yeah, we'll have to see.
Yeah, I only see like Gosudark go to Reaver when he does a proxy robo, so it's really new to me to watch a cross position Reaver.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Like literally only proxy robo? Huh. Maybe it's because of the map. I don't know. Maybe he's been working on this for a good night.
So I don't know what he's planning. I don't know if you caught Royal versus Mini,
I did.
but yeah, first game it was embarrassing. He made like a Reaver thing and then carriers. It was unstoppable.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry for the spoilers if someone is watching, but it was disgusting. I said, "Oh, wow."
Oh my god, the part where the carrier Reaver was engaging inside Sari's main, and he
Yeah.
would shoot with the two Reavers, walk back, shoot, walk back, shoot. They got 10 shots off, easy.
Yeah.
It was nuts. I was like, this is the best Reaver control, like slow Reaver control I've ever seen, like legit. Oh my god. And they shot on cooldown like every time. It was like fucking crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it was abusive, I think. So I would really try it if I would play product.
Oh man, Reaver control. I always think like the same way. I watch Mini and then I'm like, oh, you know what? I want to try to do that. Reaver control is freaking hard, man. They are some of the dumbest units for sure. Like, the
Yeah,
amount of
Dragoons.
times they miss and they're so slow.
Yeah, but I don't know Dragoons as well. But Marine has this thing where they for some reason they that stop walking and they keep on a certain spot. I have to click like stop to make them wake up, and I get so
Yep.
for that.
It's usually whenever you're like shift deselecting units for whatever
Yeah.
reason. Yeah, the same thing happens to Zerglings. It's like freaking annoying.
Oh
But only occasionally. Yeah.
no, they go left.
Ooh.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Wow. Very good control here
Yeah, not too many
from
times.
Gosudark. Yeah, it's too many tanks, but man, that was not a bad trade. I really liked it.
So, are we going to see? Yes, we're going to see another 2-phase push timing.
Ooh, that's maybe a little unfortunate then. I don't know. I think. What do you think of this third positioning from Gosudark? Is that going to be easy to engage or attack? I don't know.
I
I feel
don't
like
know.
it's a little vulnerable for Dandy. That's a big platform to push onto, which is like good for Dandy. And then once he gets up there, I don't know. I think it'll be very difficult for Gosudark to hold. Speed shuttle coming in. No, no turret either. Little odd. I feel like this is uncharacteristic of Dandy. Oh no. That hurt. That hurt.
So Dewalt tends to play like this mass shuttle harass, and he drops like 2 rivers, and he like clicks between the supplies, and he kills like 4 supplies all together. It's really painful to watch.
I've seen him do that.
If you play Terran, of course. If you're Protoss, it's really good.
I've seen him do that. It's nuts. Have you seen the build order where you build a Corsair to tank for the turret?
Oh yeah, that's
that one's also hilarious. Every time I'm always like, this can't be real, but it's actually a legit build. Like, you know, it really is. Just seeing the tanking Corsair is funny. So, I mean, things look pretty standard. Once again, like you're saying, Dandy moving out with these big mid-game timings. And every time so far, the same thing has happened. Dandy gets his siege tanks up against some type of neutral area that can't be engaged on in just the perfect formation, and tanks with the vultures, and Gosudark hasn't had an answer to it. Like, he's getting the army, he's macroing well, like he has the amount of units, it's just positioning is always perfect for Dandy. Here we go. Oh no, positioning's not perfect.
Oh, them.
I think I just jinxed him again.
Oh no.
Jinxed the shit out of him. Oh my god, that's hilarious. It's the only time like I've ever seen Dandy get caught out, like ever. And it had to be the time I was hyping it up. That's so funny. Oh wow. Oh my god, I'm dying right now. Well, Gosudark.
What happened?
I don't know. He definitely wasn't looking at his army. I don't think he just didn't expect Gosudark to be there, I'm sure. But yeah, he didn't react. Oh man, so I think Gosudark's in a fine position. Ah man, I say that, and then this flock of vultures comes in here and just rips apart a bunch of these zealots. And yeah, Dandy just making shit happen. But Gosudark does inevitably wall that. You know, staves off the vultures for now. And that's a full wall, so there's no way they're getting in there. Dandy is keeping up in supply. That's one thing to note. You know, maybe the upgrades are probably significantly delayed at this point. You know, I'd imagine he doesn't have too much tech. Knowing Gosudark has had a third for a while, you know, it's got to be a little frustrating. But yeah, looks like he's actually just opting to move in again. Gosudark sees it. Big counter.
So
I feel like that's all Vulture.
yeah, he needs to just cut off units and he will be okay. Cut off reinforcements, I mean.
I think Dandy's gonna kill him. I think that's a dead third for sure, and Dandy holds the pressure at the natural easily. I think Gosudark was fine until he just didn't save his third base. Huh.
Dandy does it, to be honest. Whenever I feel that kind of push, it's like pretty much over. He just fail a push and okay, I would just win anyway.
I mean, he just chose to get away. It was such a weird counter, too. That was what, 5 tanks there. I don't know. He somehow knew Gosudark was just gonna counter instead of try to engage the push. Huh. So he does have all these siege tanks and vultures stuck over in like no man's land now. Oh no, he didn't get a storm off even. Shoot. So he's got to retreat that back, but Dandy's should be free to just take his third right now. Meanwhile, I don't know what Gosudark does from here. He's got to try to double expand.
Yeah, I don't think he will be able to come back with this.
Yeah, I'm starting to agree with you. I mean, somehow, like, you know, there are ways. Like, Snow could probably win from here, but
you need economy, you need technology, you need something.
Yeah.
Supply wise, he has a lower supply than Dandy. He has no more expansion than Dandy, and he has no tech because he doesn't have a Stargate. So I don't know. He has to have something.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I mean,
being Protoss alone doesn't make it. Doesn't cut it.
So Dandy does have that third command center finish, is floating it to the 12 o'clock position. I don't know, I mean, Dandy doesn't really need to attack, right? He's just got to hold. Oh, wow, here we go. Big timing coming in. Oh, no. He has some zealots on top of those siege tanks, and the siege tanks are on the low ground, but they're still doing great damage to these Dragoon numbers.
Yeah.
And yeah,
G.
Game.
G.
G.
Heh.
Oh man, wow, Dandy up 3-0. You know, I feel like that was maybe the closest game of the series so far. I think, you know, Gosudark could have had it for a moment. I really just think the biggest mistake was not falling back and trying to defend the third and going for the counter. But still, well played by both players.
Increíble partida, chicos, espero que se estén divirtiendo. Tenemos un 3-0 de parte de Dandy y acuérdense que estos son 7 juegos, así que no se olviden de que esto, y encima cuando termine esto sigue, porque nos quedamos con un enfrentamiento entre el ruso Dewalt contra el surcoreano de Scan, así que tenemos buen StarCraft para rato. Les recordamos y dejo en el chat que pueden apoyar el stream y apoyar a los jugadores haciendo clic en el matcherino. A la derecha van a tener un cartel que dice Claim Code, así que quienes no lo hicieron se tomen 15 segundos en hacer clic ahí y en agregar un poquito de premio a estos jugadores, que así pueden traer el pan a su casa, alimentar a sus hijos y bueno, o gastarlo en bebidas alcohólicas para sus amigos. Jengibre no está jugando mucho StarCraft, está un poquito apartado, pero está haciendo las gráficas de las partidas de Team Think Week, así que siempre lo tenemos por ahí orbitando, un poquito inactivo, pero bueno, les haremos llegar sus saludos cuando hablemos. Yep, it's me. I do.
Yeah, I do. I really like it. I think it's a little Zerg favorite, so that's probably part to do with it. But yeah, I like this map.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So, entonces,
So,
arriba a la izquierda tenemos al Protoss de color, no sé qué es color piel, ¿no? No, color rosado, clarito. Tenemos a nuestro oso Dark, a quien le mandamos un saludo cordial. Y arriba a la derecha, de color azul, tenemos a la topadora Terran, a quien está vapuleando a su enemigo Protoss. Tenemos a nuestro héroe peruano, el gran y único Dandy.
and spawning at the top left of Largo is that off-white Protoss. Currently down 0-4, but looking to make a comeback here. We have Soul P Gosudark. And spawning at the top right as the blue Terran, currently up 4-0 in pretty dominant fashion, if I do say so myself. We have Soul T Dandy. Oh, right. 3-0 for Dandy. My bad. Not 4-0. We're in the fourth game. Numbers are not my forte.
You know, guys, Gosudark doesn't deserve this kind of shabby treatment from you all.
Yeah.
I mean, this is going to be the one. I like his positioning so far, I'll tell you that. Forward gateway, close position. This could be the one.
Just because he's a Protoss player, you know, he's a human being.
You have no soul.
I mean, are Protoss players technically human beings? I don't know. I think that's debatable. Just kidding. That's true. That's true. What? What was
That's
it?
also true.
What was the race that created the Protoss? The Zelnaga. Yeah, I couldn't remember their name for a second there.
The fourth race.
Well, the Zergs were the best race. You know, they're the ones that literally scared off the Zelnaga. They're like, nah, we definitely made some mistakes here. We don't want to fight these. There's just too freaking many of them, man. I ain't got time for this. Let's take off. So forward gateway, gas in the main for Gosudark. So looking to put a little pressure on this, but this is by no means a huge committal. Dandy going to get last scout off, unfortunately. And he might not know about this zealot, although I would assume him to expect it at this point. We've seen this build order from Gosudark at least one other game in the series. That was obviously Ascension. And, you know, it doesn't work every time, but sometimes you can get some pretty significant damage done with this early pressure and at least throw the Terran off their build order. So it's probably what he's looking to do here. 2 Marines moving out, but those are 2 big boys walking up that ramp.
Yeah, I love the fact that he didn't show his zealots until they are 2 or 3. So that's the cheesiest thing to do in the world.
Yeah, it definitely is. I don't like that he's backing up. He scouts the vulture being made and just backed all the way up. I mean, I guess if he hides them somewhere, he can keep them alive, but vulture bikes definitely chase those guys down pretty quickly.
He will find that zealot. Yep.
Yeah,
That zealot is dead.
It's going to be a free one.
Yeah, but that goon is going to chase it as well. So I like it. Gosudark is going full cheese mode. Oh, that dragoon.
I feel like he could have kept that zealot alive a little longer. Here we go. 2 zealots up the ramp, moving in. Dragoon moving in as well. Scouts the command center. That he's gonna have to cancel that. But we do have a vulture in the main. Oh my gosh. This could be significant damage as well from Dandy. Dandy microing that vulture away. Already getting a single probe kill. We have a few Marines walking in here to try to target down these zealots, but actually zealots doing some pretty good damage, keeping that dragoon alive as well. But then the tank reinforcement coming in.
Whoa.
And Dandy does hold.
such great multitask.
Yeah.
So yeah, Dandy, Gosudark, you're in trouble. Chuckles, you're in danger.
Yeah, he's definitely in danger here, man. I mean, he did get the cancel on that command center, which is like something, but I don't know, man. He's just throwing units in to the meat grinder every game, it feels like, and Dandy's just got perfect control, perfect, early game multitasking, and he's just not going to lose to that kind of play. We do have a Nexus going down for Gosudark. It is behind Dandy's natural once again, which is never really where you want to be as Protoss. No real tech from either player yet that I can kind of see. Just an eBay going down. Academy. Looks like Dandy wants to play super safe here. Ooh, Siege. He could get a free Dragoon here. Nope. Good damage on it, though. Meanwhile, we do have Robo Bay once again for Gosudark. Maybe seeing the little bit of success he had early on, he kind of inspired him to go Robo once again. We'll see.
So River again. Will it work this time?
I was just saying, like, I think it kind of worked at the start, right? He got 2 kills, 2 siege tank kills early on with the 2 zealots and a reaver the first time, so I don't think it would be any reason to dissuade him. That being said, that was a very quick eBay and turret this game. We also have scans, we also have an armory on the way, so is it gonna actually get anything done? I don't know. Dandy seems pretty well prepared. What do you think Gosudark should do from here? Like, do you think, maybe going for the third as he has been every other game, it would be the better play, or maybe is there some type of other 2-base all-in strategy he could go for that might give him a shot?
I think he should try something risky because he's very far behind now. So I think Dandy's very well prepared for this kind of push. He has a lot of tanks.
Wow, that was the weirdest scarab. Yeah. He does have 4 tanks. Ooh, this Reaver doesn't kill anything. Oh man, yeah, that was pretty unfortunate. So good damage on those SCVs, but none of them falling. Oh, and we have a Goliath catching the shuttle. This cannot happen. And even though we have shuttle speed, I mean, Gosudark needs to just back off. He needs to just go away. You cannot lose that shuttle and Reaver if you're Gosudark and stay in this game. So it looks like Gosudark, I don't know, he's got to take a third or something. I don't know if really sticking on 2-base any longer is going to be to his advantage. Meanwhile...
Sadly, you cannot fight a 2-base Terran with just 2-base Protoss. It's not smart.
Yeah. There's like some all-in timings, right? Like very, very quick Arbiter 2-base all-in, and like, but that's kind of it. You don't play like a very standard game on 2-base for sure.
I like how Ox is sleeping and he just wakes up to say Imba to defend the Protoss spread. You can take a third for free. Why don't you take it? Sounds like you can take it for free and you don't take it. What's wrong with you? Oh my god. Okay, so maybe a little bit of harass.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't think he can get too much done with this Reaver here, right? Danny's got so many tanks. Like, Danny's almost like, sure, kill that bunker at this point. I don't even need it. Now I can get my units to your base faster.
Yeah, thanks.
You know, the one thing, do we have any upgrades on the Protoss? Oh no. Okay, that's not good. Hmm. Yeah, I feel like he forgot his forge, actually. Because these upgrades are very, very late for the Protoss. So any engagement they take, and I'm sure that Terran is waiting on 1-1 here. He'll be 1-1 against 0-0. Oh, never mind. It's just a non-spinning armory, so it's going to be 1-0 against 0-0.
So what is different from the last games? Did he made anything different, like storms or something to like tech or AOE, or
No.
he's going to? Yeah, so
Don't think
I
so.
think it will happen. He will have the same ending, like that the last game.
Yeah, it kind of seems like it. Without Storm or, you know, quicker Arbiter, this is a very difficult timing to hold. Here we go. Gosudark moving in. There are speed zealots moving in on as well. The Reaver moving down, not really getting a shot off. There's just too many tanks.
He was a coward. He was escaping.
Yeah, it kind of seemed
GG.
like. GG. GG, well played. Dandy's just such a strong force, though, to be reckoned with. Man, he's up 4-0 at the moment. If you're Gosudark, you got to change it up. You know, like, I totally hear what you're saying, Pato. Like, the last few games, we've really seen the same build. And it's almost going to be to your deficit against a player like Dandy at that point, right? Like, Dandy's good against everything. He's going to get even better if you keep playing the same build against him, because he's going to make those micro adjustments to that set opening, like, more and more than, you know, the typical player would. That's why we see him just getting those turrets earlier, preparing, you know, getting that armory even a little earlier, but still hitting that big mid-game timing, just because he knows that Gosudark loves getting that third base. He's going to have very heavy Dragoon, and, you know, we're not really seeing any additionals. We're not seeing Storm. We're not seeing Carrier. We haven't seen a 12 next, which I'd love to see in this series. But yeah, I don't know. He's I just want to see him do something else at this point, you know.
Yeah, I think he should change strategy urgently, because if not, I don't know.
And I've been there too, right? I get like frustrated in a series, and this is my go-to build order, and I'm like really good at this in this matchup. But man, sometimes the player you're playing against, that's just what they're good against. You know, you gotta change it up, or maybe like affect them in different ways and make them think you at least have the potential for another build order, especially in a 7-game series like this. You gotta make adjustments, and I don't feel like we've seen that the last few games from Gosudark.
So the next map is Wavelet, which is being featured in Brood War Clan League and the BSL Season 13, is it?
Yes.
Have you guys had a chance to play it? Do you have any opinions about it?
I love the map. I've been playing it for a while now, even before BWCL and all that. Obviously, I think it's a great map. You know, every base is a gas base. I like that it has so many different high ground locations and low ground locations as a Zerg player. It's I don't know. It's a very, very standard map. Like I think it was pretty universally welcomed. From most players that I've talked to about the map. So yeah, I mean, it's just kind of a little different too with the low ground through the center, left to right, versus vertical position spawns. Like they're very, very different. If you spawn cross map, it can take eons to get across and engage your opponent. Whereas if you spawn vertical positions, like hang on to your seat, like they're not that far away, and the potential to kill you quick is definitely there. So yeah, it's kind of a neat map.
Playing Zerg on Wavelet, I think the third, if you place down one sunken in the appropriate place, it covers like 2 entry points to the third, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it's it's like right where you'd guess. It's like the 45 angle or whatever from the hatchery. But yeah, it really can hit the ramp, and then anything engaging from like top bottom side as well. So it's quite interesting.
Is that even important? Because someone mentioned it to me, but I don't have like another map to compare that with. Like, is there another map where the third you need to place? I don't think there is. Like, any place you put down a sunken, it should cover. Like on Eclipse, the third, you put down one sunken, it covers the entry point. But there's only one entry point to the
right.
to the third. So maybe there are
there's
some maps.
other maps. I'm certain there's other maps. They're just not coming to mind at the moment. But yeah, it's something that's like kind of rare. Like you see that in maps that have a third base positioning with 2 entrances. Really, what it is that ramp leading. Okay, if you're looking at the top left base at Wavelet, the ramp leading to the right of the third base is very difficult to engage up into. Like engaging from that center area to that third, because that ramp is so small and the position of it, you just never see armies really attack through there. So it's not as, you don't really need to think about it as much as you would assume, I'd say. Any type of small entrance like that could really be defended with like a sunken and a lurker as Zerg. So it just never comes into play really.
That's great. Thanks for your feedback, Machine.
Yeah, no worries.
It was full analysis.
I think it's an awesome map. It seems balanced, and I would love for it to be included in ASL or ladder. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, I sure hope so too.
Some of the deco was done by Crystal Drag, who made Goodnight. And the main author is Freakling. He's made all kinds of maps. Intercoven, which was an ASL. Reap the Storm, Roadkill, other maps that have been featured in big leagues and stuff. Big shout out to Freakling.
Yeah, he's a great map maker for sure.
Mentors a lot of map makers, and he's got that broodwarmaps.net Discord channel. It's pretty cool. A lot of Korean map makers are there, and hopefully there'll be some collaboration between the two communities. I think they're participating in the next New Worlds map contest, which will be cool.
Oh, that's kind of interesting. Okay.
Yeah, Largo was submitted to the New Worlds map contest first edition. They just didn't make it to the next round. Some other Koreans had submitted maps too, but I don't think they were like the professional Koreans who made ASL maps.
Got it.
Yeah, the foreign map makers have been posting about their map contest on Korean like forums and stuff to try to encourage like the two communities to get together and stuff. you know, they both like map making, and if there's a Discord where people are constantly talking about maps and stuff, it's super interesting. I think it's one of the coolest Discords related to DW. And as a player, I think you get to learn a lot about the game through like the intricacies of map making.
Yeah, because every map like has so many very specific requirements in order to make it like, you know, ideally balanced. Like you almost have to like know the game. To
Right. That's what makes it so interesting, the discussions and things like that. I know you're in there, Machine, and I think Pato might be.
Yep. Yeah, I'm definitely in there.
Anybody listening, if you're interested in that Discord, if you go to tl.net in the Brood War Tournaments forum, there should be a thread about the New Worlds map contest, the second one, and there should be a link to the Discord. If you're interested in map making, that's the place to join. Bunch of people there, more than happy to help you figure out how to use the software. And you get to make maps, and right now is really the best time to be a map maker because there's a chance of your maps being played on. And our show matches in, you know, the New Worlds Map Contest series, if you make it to the final rounds, and then it stands a chance of being adopted in like BSL, BWCL, STPL. So there's a big connection between what the foreign map makers are doing and the other leagues, which is really cool. And hopefully it motivates current map makers to stay active, and also, you know, maybe older map makers to become active again, or encourage some new people to take up map making. For a long time, map makers just made maps without any chance of like seeing their maps get played on. But that's not the case right now, and that's mainly because of the foreign map makers who've worked really hard to kind of build up a community and all these connections and all these wonderful maps. Hopefully they keep it up. We did have Good Night produced for the New Worlds Map Contest. It was adopted in ASL, and then it was adopted into Ladder.
Another map I voted for. Man, I really think this is actually pretty prime time for maps at the moment, right? Like if we even look at last season's ladder map pool, which you know, wasn't the worst, admittedly, but when you have so many maps in there like Plasma, you know, that is just completely redundant, you know, on like all levels, and then thinking like, oh, we could have put something in there like a Wavelet, like Largo, you know, like Goodnight, you know, it's got an impact for sure, and no one's complaining about any of these new maps because, you know, like players are going to complain anyway. We see it quite often. So if we thought like one of these maps was inherently, you know, imbalanced or broken, we would have heard about it already for sure. But man, it's been a clean season for sure. Here we go. Game 5. This is on Wavelet. Top right, we have spawning as the Teal Protoss. It is Sol P Gosudark. And spawning at the bottom right as the Brown Terran, currently up 4-0, we have Sol T Dandy.
Entonces, en la esquina superior derecha de color verde clarito tenemos al Protoss, tenemos a Soul y Gosudark. Y en la esquina inferior derecha tenemos al Terran de color marrón, tenemos al Orgullo peruano, tenemos a Soul T Dandy.
So spawning vertical positions, I feel like, well, you know, I kind of think this favors Dandy after what we've seen. If we can expect Dandy to go for the exact same mid-game timing, something like a 6-fact rally, they are not that far away from each other from natural to natural. And once again, it's going to be on Gosudark to make the reaction and make the adjustment. Very standard gateway timing from Gosudark. That's located inside the main, so I wouldn't expect any early pressure. From Gosudark, I don't want to see a Zealot be made here. I think he needs to start playing greedy the opposite way. You know, the complete opposite way. Either go for that 12 Nexus opening, or if you're gonna go gateway first, that's fine. Just don't expect to get anything done with these zealots. Like Dandy's proven time and time again, he has the control. You can test him all day. You're not gonna delay his, build order one bit just by throwing a couple zealots at him. Like just hold on to the resources, get those earlier dragoons, make the extra probes, try to win a different way.
Yeah, so I would try to. I would definitely try to make a greedier play, or a very risky or a very greedier play to get an edge. Because if not, I'm not sure that if he's in a good position to win any games.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. Dandy has just shut this down and he's finding a rhythm for it. Like he's not gonna make the mistake. You know, he's not. He won't be dying to that. Today. He's just proven it, time and time again. You know what? I think we're seeing it. I haven't seen a single Zealot on the map. That probe count's looking healthy for Gosudark. We have range started already. So Gosudark is making adjustments. And this is, all you can really wish for here. So for the first time, Dandy's not going to be feeling any type of pressure here early on. He should be able to get away with, probably holding down that quicker command center. But we'll have to wait and see. Gosudark chasing down that elusive SCV, just perfect SCV control here from Dandy. Darting through that mineral line, delaying its death, and scouting for as long as possible. I mean, just perfect control on that. He's going to get another round in here. And yep, he's seen nothing go down still. Scouted that Dragoon range. He knows there is nothing out of the ordinary going down. So he can play this a little greedier. And we see that. Vulture first, no tank. Delayed add-on. The next choice is, are we going Starport? Are we going Armory? Second fact. We'll have to wait and see how Dandy reacts here. Meanwhile, Gosudark with that second Nexus. Single gateway so far. Might be going Robo next. We'll have to wait and see. Ooh, 2 Dragoon run by. Will delay this command center for now and then runs out. Huh, kind of a funny little play there. I like that he didn't fully commit 2 Dragoons that early, but anytime you're able to delay Terran's command center, that's big. Range is done. He's going to start pressuring this forward bunker a little bit, forcing some lost mining time and repair out of Dandy. Meanwhile, Dandy's got that first tank. It's coming out here to push these 2 Dragoons off. And there we go. Wow. Gosudark with the Dragoons scouting that Vulture at the third. Very, very high level scouting there from Gosudark, being able to catch that. So he will push that off. There's no chance of that Vulture making it into the main now and dealing any type of damage. He is adding a couple more gateways there, so
Yeah,
we do have 3 gateways.
I was hoping for a third Nexus.
Yeah, I was hoping for it too. And I don't know, is this no, this is, oh man, this is standard. He's doing the same thing, right? I think this is just Robo Obs into, he's gonna get a later third after 3 gate. So, I mean, he's not really able to put on too much pressure here, especially against siege and tanks, but I don't know, I feel like he could have cut a corner there, maybe delayed those gateways and put down the earlier third Nexus. But this is not going to be favorable for him.
correct me if I'm wrong, but we only seen 2 base push from Dandy, and
Yeah.
somehow they all worked.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Wait, I think Ascension, he did he had a
Yeah,
third
third.
base.
Yeah,
Yeah,
a
but
third
that was
base
the only one.
push.
Yeah, third base push. But every other one has definitely been 2 base. Is this a... Man, I feel... Is Gosudark's third just super late? I don't know what's going on here.
Yeah, I don't know why he throws his third so late.
I don't think he needed the third gateway. He definitely didn't need to build this many Dragoons.
No, with 7 you're okay.
Yeah, and then he gets a... I'm just very confused by this. I feel like we don't see this very often. It almost looked like he was going to pressure off 2-base because of the amount of units, but it's pretty common in this matchup that, you know, let's say you are going for a third or a fourth base, Protoss gets to a point and they just pause their gateways. The gateways don't always need to be building. In fact, it's something I kind of learned from watching Kwark play, you know, and he talks about it quite a lot, that like, hey, just because you have the infrastructure, you're not doing yourself any favors by not keeping your nexuses consistently building and probes continually producing. At some point you got to realize, like, hey, your resources are better spent elsewhere, and that's by getting bigger, getting more tech, and as long as you have enough units to feel comfortable, to feel safe here, and defend, you know, you don't need any additional early on. It will only hurt you. So that third nexus is just about complete. Probe transfer is going to it. You know, Gosudark with the econ lead at this point, but he's up against another big six fact here from Dandy, and I don't know. It's hard for me to say that I think this is going to go any differently.
How many Dragoons are there?
It's a lot. That's at least 12 right there, and then I think he's got more at the natural.
No, more.
You think that's more than 12?
Yeah.
I think that's 12.
12, and naturally
Then
he has to be
6.
like... He needs to, like, mass sell-outs from now on. If not, he's going to die.
I don't even see the Citadel. Is there a Citadel?
Yeah.
Oh, there is. Okay. Yeah, so he's probably
like,
getting legs.
from now on, only sell-outs and buy time with the Dragoons, or he will die. I can guarantee you that.
He needs to, like, push in right now and snipe 1 or 2 of those tanks, you know, and then, like, back off. But he just... I feel like there's nothing here to delay. You know? Like, Protoss tries to delay the timing to get more and more units out. Yeah, it's not happening here. 2 dead observers so far.
Yeah, so... Yeah, he needs a lot of sell-outs on buy-sign time. If he lets him push again, he will die. There are too many Dragoons. Dragoons will be useless against too many tanks. So here we go.
Yeah, once again, Danny's just in too good a position here. He's keeping the majority of these tanks alive, and Gosudark's rally is just not... did I just miss? No, all the Dragoons are dead. Well, maybe he will stop it.
Yeah, he will.
Wow, very well played there from Gosudark. Just caught him at the right position, so...
Yeah,
I mean,
no mines as well, so that was pretty much...
I jinxed him again, man. That's what I'm good at, apparently. Oh, this Vulture's still getting in there, cleaning up some probes. Very nice damage there from Dandy. So last time, I feel like Dandy was in this position. He just saved up like 6 more tanks and then moved out again, and it worked. So we'll have to see if Gosudark make some adjustments. Does Protoss have any upgrades? 0-0. Okay. So those upgrades are delayed. We have one attack here for Terran though. I feel like Gosudark is just kind of delaying those upgrades a little too much.
Yeah, I think he put all his energy to stop that timing push from Dandy.
Yeah, I guess so.
He said, I cannot keep on losing games with this same piloter. And he just may put all his effort just to stop that push.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, these vultures though, he's walled himself off from his own base. Oh man, they're gonna get in. Oh no.
Yeah, oh no.
This is big damage from Dandy.
Even supply, they just ignore the cannon.
Man, Dandy is just so good. He just kind of sniffs out any weakness there. I mean, Gosudark walling that third off the way he did, I think there's got to be a better way to do that. But, I don't know. Now, if you're Gosudark, you got to be thinking, how am I going to hold this next timing? I think he's maybe moving towards Arbiter again, and hopefully going to get some good stasises off, or maybe a recall, but I feel like he hasn't been the most aggressive in this series so far. Here we go. It looks like Gosudark is moving in with those Dragoons, taking a lot of tank fire. Zealots coming in from behind, but they're kind of getting trapped on that Dragoon wall. Oh no. Just not the best engagement from Gosudark. He needed to flank from a, the lower area or something to get those Zealots into play. And yeah, a couple more Dragoons falling down. Dandy taking a massive supply lead here by 30 supply. It's definitely not what you want to see if you're Gosudark. So looks like Dandy's doing it once again here.
Yeah, so there's no third, right? So even though Dandy has a better army, okay, that's a third. I didn't say anything.
Yeah, I mean, he just went down after you said it, yeah. But I get what you're saying, but I feel like at some point the trades kind of add up to almost like having a base for a little bit. I mean, think about it this way. Dandy still has those resources all to mine, whereas like Gosudark's been mining those for a while and then losing them, Like, it's... Dandy just somehow continues to stay in this. If Gosudark had a fourth earlier, or maybe even a fifth at this point, I think that, Dandy could possibly be in trouble, but Gosudark is just a little too far behind with his, his base production, I'd say. Like, he just hasn't had that fourth very well timed. I think a lot of it is attributed to the amount of units he's building. There we go, we have a fifth down. Maybe not the fifth I ever would have chosen, but it's a fifth.
Yeah, I think it's going to be the same scenario that game in Ascension, where Dandy will push with a +1 or a 1-1, and Gosudark will have only one Arbiter. And I think Dandy will make it again.
Yeah, I think he's definitely got a little bit of a lead at this point. We do have Templar with Storm out, though. That's a first, right?
Yeah, I'm starting to like that.
It's good against these big timings. So I love this adjustment here from Gosudark. It's exactly what we've been asking for. And actually, yeah, that was a lot of Templar. I'm actually feeling pretty good about this one for Gosudark here.
Yeah.
We'll have to see.
I
mean, he's on even supply here. All right, big engagement. Dragoon's picking off some vultures very quickly. I like that. He needs to be doing more of that. Like, just buffer with the Dragoons. Keep a group of Dragoons up front. Pick off a few vultures. Force the siege out. Back up. Like, you know, don't lose any units. Okay, good move back there.
There are too many requests, machine.
Too many.
You want arbiters? What else do you want?
I want everything, man. I'm greedy like that. I'm American.
Yep.
Wow, big storms. What were we saying? What were we talking about with those storms? You know, like that's exactly what he needed. Oh man.
Go back.
Yeah, please pull back.
Okay.
Ooh. Okay. Still not the worst.
Oh,
defense.
2-2. Yeah, you're dead.
Oh,
2-2,
to 1-1. Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing's gonna trade well at that point. Shoot. Yeah, that's a little scary for Gosudark. There's no way around that. You can't let yourself get out upgraded by a Terran. It's they just do too well. I mean, siege tanks just do a lot of damage. There's no way around it. So we see Dandy once again calmly, collectively pushing across the map here. Another decent storm out of Gosudark, delaying for now. We don't see Arbiter, we don't see Carrier. It's all ground here for our Protoss friend. He's got 5th base though. Oh, we do have an Arbiter. You know, 18 minutes, so should be alright. He's just got to pick off that vessel and, you know, kind of force scans for the rest of the fights. Ooh, Dandy putting down a 4th command center even. Probably smart, seeing as his main and natural are both about to mine out. Have those upgrades going. I think if Protoss can get away with sneaking this mid-right base as he is for a while, he might be in a good spot here. But the second that Dandy recognizes that, I think he's going to be in trouble. And here we go. SCV scouts it. I hear an immediate unsiege. Yeah, he's going to go kill mid-right here for free. There's just... Nope. Maybe he's not. I don't know what he's doing right now. Okay,
Yeah,
he did take a few
units.
tanks. Yeah. That's not good news here for Gosudark. I'm not sure why he took that base, to be honest. If he took top left, I think he would be doing much better. Oh, big EMP on those Templar. Very nicely done here from Dandy. And he doesn't even have to attack. He just has to sit there. He just killed a base for free. Man. Gosudark just gets himself in really good positions. But, man, there's just one mistake, right? Taking that base mid-right instead of top left. It's a player like Dandy is not going to let you get away with that.
Yeah, he's doing a great job waiting and spreading his units, but Dandy also has everything placed up. I'm really surprised why Dandy doesn't put any mines. So that's quite a surprise.
Yeah, I've been noticing that as well. I feel like every game this series we haven't seen a ton of mines. I mean, there are mines behind them, but yeah, I'm not, like right now, planting a few mines there. Oh wow, big recall on the 3rd of Dandy. I did not expect this. And yeah, wow, I feel like Gosudark kills his first base. That's fucking great. Moving in here as well. Ooh, bleeding off units. This is not the trade you wanted. And suddenly, Dandy's push is looking very scary. That is so many tanks sieging up here. Oh my gosh, all the blue goo. Everything just evaporating there for Gosudark. Gosudark is killing off 2 defenseless bases, but I mean, this has just got to be too much. How do you stop all these siege tanks? Yeah, there's just too many tanks here. Dandy already retaking another base mid-right, getting into position. No mines really going down still for Dandy. And actually, we're not seeing much of a way to deal with these arbiters either. for Dandy. This could be a little scary. We're gonna definitely need some scans here. And we're definitely gonna need some Goliaths. Well, Dandy does have a third mid-right. We see Gosudark's army trailing back home, getting in position to try to defend against all of these siege tanks, but there's just too much. I don't know how you defend this.
Yeah.
Ooh, no turrets up! Arbiter taking out mid-right, and suddenly Gosudark evening the playing field a little more. We do see some Goliaths coming to defend this. Oh, along with a few siege tanks, he'll probably be able to defend this, but not before taking some significant damage. Wow. Almost all of the SCVs being either pulled or killed for Dandy there, but still, it's just not enough. There's too many siege tanks in the main. And Gosudark calling GG. Dandy takes the lead 5-0. Now I just feel bad for Gosudark, man. I know what he's capable of. I want to see him pull something out of his hat here, you know? We haven't seen a single 12 Nexus. We haven't seen a single proxy gateway. You know, there hasn't been cannons. Like, come on, let's see it. You know, give us the goods. All right. Next game will be Revolver. It's the map with the funny eggs, with all of the naturals, and 2 entrances. Another good map, though. I feel like it's more difficult in some matchups than others. Protoss against Zerg, I think it's like a nightmare for poor Protoss to try to hold their natural or something like that. To speedlings and even some Hydra timings, but still good map. Welcome addition to the pool. Alrighty. And here we go. We're about to get started. It is Dandy versus Gosudark, Game 6 on Revolver. Here we go. And spawning at the top right, as the light blue Terran, we have Soul T Dandy. And spawning bottom right as the orange Protoss, we have Soul P Gosudark.
Arriba a la derecha tenemos al Terran de color azul. Tenemos a Soul T Dandy. Mientras que abajo a la derecha tenemos al Protoss de color naranja. Tenemos a Soul P Gosudark.
So, just like last game, they ended up spawning vertical positions here. I think if Dandy ends up going for another mid-game timing, 2-base timing like we've been seeing, could be quite strong in these positions. I think it's kind of a tricky map at the same time for Terran to hold their natural against aggressive Protoss. If we saw like a forward gateway from Gosudark, I think it could be significant and, delay his natural or something like that. But we know that's already not going to be the case. barracks inside the main, followed by gas. It's kind of interesting that we haven't seen a single gasless expand out of Dandy because I know, Pato, I've been talking to you, throughout many events of Dandy's TVP style, and he does like to lean into that gasless play more often than not, but we haven't seen it a single time today. Why do you think that is?
I think when you know that your opponent is going to open sellout first, I don't think that it's very wise to open gasless. So if you want to play safe, you always should play like refinery first and factory first. I don't know.
I see.
That's the way of thinking. So, but it's always a gamble, right? Because if the other player goes 12 cross math position, 12 nexus, he has like a 70% of the game won.
Yeah, I feel like we haven't seen Dandy gamble at all, though, which is kind of interesting.
These are two players who really know each other and know their strategies, so the mind plays an important part in this game, I believe, because I know that Gosudark doesn't try to cheese Dandy as much because they play like a lot of games together, and he already failed so many times against Dandy that maybe he isn't so confident. But maybe if Gosudark play against Pato, I know he would cheese a lot more because it would work.
Yeah, it would definitely work against you.
Yeah, of course. So I don't have the talent that Dandy does. So
I see. No shame in that. Dandy's got some talent.
Sure, that bro can win the battle. Oh no, try to sneak it in.
To get a scout off, yeah, I guess so.
Well, it was interesting. If the pro started hitting the Marines and Dandy didn't target fire, he could win the battle with 1 Dragoon against 3 Marines. But sadly he didn't, and yet Dandy has the expansion way earlier than his Protoss foe.
Yeah, this is becoming pretty common. I mean, we really have not seen Gosudark even try to do like a 2-gate pressure opener or anything along those lines. It's really been the same build, which I'm not used to seeing out of Gosudark. You talking about how often they practice together and play together, I'm sure, that this is kind of part of the play, that Gosudark doesn't feel like he can get away with his normal tactics, but we're just not even really seeing much adjustment. I feel like from Gosudark, it's really just been the very same opening the majority of the time. So we'll have to. Oh, is he maybe going for a quicker third nexus? I would love to see a quick third nexus here. He is.
Good. Yeah.
There we go. I love
Finally.
it, Gosudark. Let's see this, man.
Finally. So this is practically a free third nexus because Dandy's opening always 1 factory. So yeah, double CC for Dandy. Oh.
Triple. Yeah, wow. It's I mean, just the right call given the situation.
Yeah,
I'm kind of curious what tipped that off. Maybe just no pressure from the Protoss?
Yeah, no pressure and a Dragoon on the third.
Yeah, that's very, very smart out of Dandy, as we usually expect from him. So from here, I feel like Gosudark could even try to take a 4th, as long as he recognizes it with his first observer.
The thing is that even though they throw the expansions at the same time, it's not so easy to defend the third as the Terran. Protoss tend to have units faster, so he has to be very careful not to misposition his tanks, or he will die like this one.
Yeah,
Okay, so.
perfect example. You're very right, and that third is not close. You know, a lot of
No.
times you can even siege the third from your main. This is definitely not the case on this map. So Danny's got his work cut out for him, trying to push to this third base and hold it.
Yeah, he has to siege very slowly, even though they throw the third at almost the same time, and even though Dandy has his expansion earlier, the natural earlier, make no mistake that you can die if you just try to be greedy. You have to play like really slow.
Yeah, it's it almost reminds me of like Eclipse TVP. Same thing. You have to just slowly crawl to that third in order to take it safely. And I mean, this is a great map for Gosudark to go that quick Nexus on at the third. Man, still though, Dandy keeping up in supply for the most part somehow. He's got that third command center down. He's got the transfer going. So it looks like Dandy has switched it up for this game. We're seeing some different play here out of him. I feel like Gosudark has to recognize and do like one of two things. Either like get your fourth up right now, or start getting that tech. And yeah, we obviously see it's Arbiter Tribunal. So
Yeah, I would try to just recall the shit out of Dandy.
yeah, I mean, it looks quite difficult to defend in these positions, right? You gotta build a lot of turrets behind your natural. You gotta protect your natural. You know, there's also kind of a big arc to the left side to try to sneak an Arbiter in. But man, Dandy is really investing in these turret count. I almost want to say this is going to be a little difficult for Dandy to do. Or for Gosudark to get the recall off, rather.
Yeah, I think he will just defend, slowly take a fourth, and now just play like the recall game. So I hope Dandy puts a lot of turrets, because if not, this could be Gosudark's game.
He definitely has a turret ring at the moment. You know, he could maybe start putting up some reinforcement turrets, but I think for the most part he's doing a great job defending against all potential angles so far. If you're Dandy, what fourth do you take?
I think the closest one, like 3 o'clock.
I was thinking the same thing. Like, do it with your push or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you had to defend only the 3 o'clock, and then you have like the other expansion to just try to catch any arbiter flying by.
Okay. I feel like this has been the most passive game we've seen so far out of these two. I mean, that just kind of happens whenever it's quick third base versus quick third base.
Yeah. Sadly, with just turrets, if you play Terran, you will know that just turrets will not cut it, because you need like 3 or 4 turrets to kill an arbiter. So making turrets in every spot is way too expensive. I think by the minute 12, 13, he has to have a vessel like patrolling, and more important, mines.
I was gonna say mines, man. Mines are like the thing that turn recalls. They can make a great recall, a horrible recall.
Yeah, if you watch Snow versus Light on ASL, you will appreciate it that Light had like patrolling vessels in the most common places to recall, and also he laid mines on the expansions as well. So even though he didn't have much units defending, the mines did a lot of good work.
Okay, I'll have to check that out. Huh. So fourth almost going down here for Gosudark at the 11-minute mark. Looks like Dandy may be thinking about a move out here shortly. I'll be interested to see if he's taking that fourth at 3 o'clock. But it looks like he's kind of stockpiling his units to the top left, like over towards his third, which is a little interesting to me. I almost would have assumed he would push straight across to Protost's natural, but where he's positioning his units would make me think otherwise. Ooh, Observer going down, so Gosudark is now in the dark. Has no idea when and where these units could be moving out at, and man, that is a lot of tanks out of Dandy. I'm sure Dandy probably at 2-1, if not very close to 2-1 upgrades. And so that is a pretty strong timing. No, it's just plus 1-0 for the moment. He might have 2 more upgrades on the way here. Fourth base is going off top left, so it looks like whenever I see Terran expand away from their opponent, they're playing for ultra late game. Dandy might not even really be like attacking here. He might just kind of be playing. Never mind, he's attacking. Here we go. He is on the low ground.
Yeah, really bad spot.
For Dandy, you think?
For Gosudark.
Gosudark does have the high ground, is forcing scans out, and that was a very nice stasis, but yeah, I think it's just so many units for Dandy. I don't know, he is getting on top of these siege tanks, actually. So yeah, maybe that was a bad spot for Dandy, actually, that engagement. Wow, siege tanks all going down, another good stasis. Oh man, Gosudark taking that fight, very well done. This is dangerously close to Dandy's natural, so if you're Dandy, you gotta be a little worried at the moment. Gosudark, though, busy kind of chasing these vultures and mines around a little bit instead of getting on top of these siege tanks. It's a little odd. We do have a fourth completed for Gosudark, though, but no probe transfer as of yet out of the main or natural. But either way, Gosudark in a fine position at the moment.
Yeah, but econ-wise, they are pretty much. I think is looking better for Dandy, and Gosudark isn't attacking any spot. He's just trying to trade armies, which is okay, but he doesn't have the econ advantage, so. I don't know if this is a good plan.
Yeah,
he respects Dandy too much.
I think if he charges straight up top right or top left here, he can kill that fourth very quickly.
Well, he needs to.
Yeah, he definitely needs to. There's no units up here from Dandy. It's just mines. I mean, he really should be moving in. Ooh, good siege from Dandy. Moving into position, bringing over additional units to defend this. Remember, there is another route to that base. Gosudark not going to take advantage of that, though. Looks like he might wait for some reinforcements here and try to go for an additional timing. Oh, big EMP going down. Oh, no. If you're Gosudark,
no.
You're not happy about that.
No. Yeah, you have to just make a recall or something, man.
I mean, this actually looks like a pretty big timing out of Gosudark, clearing quite a few tanks. I was like hesitant to say it, but I was like, oh, it looks pretty good for Gosudark. And wow, if he just engages and goes straight to that fourth, I believe he can kill it right now, and this may just be the move he needs to get himself back in this game. Vultures are there delaying. Siege tanks are rallied. They are trying to defend this. But we have Dragoons moving up. They're getting into position. He's on top of that mineral line. And here we go, the big siege. Oh, another stasis going down. Stasising quite a few siege tanks. And man,
What?
Gosudark. He's in it. He's got it. He's
Arbiter.
taking down that fourth. Arbiter's pretty good unit, says
Yeah, that's
Gosudark.
what. Yeah, that's what I got to say.
Wow.
What? Did you
Gosudark.
want to use your army? Too bad.
Nope, not on my watch.
It's freezing here in Peru. So,
Man. Wow, Dandy trying to put on some counter pressure here, engaging onto that high ground, but Gosudark just has the control. He is sitting on that high ground, defending, getting good trades, and yeah, getting on top of the last siege tank line of Dandy. If Dandy loses these tanks, he won't be able to hold mid-right.
yeah, he's under attack on the top expansion as well.
Oh man, so
many
much
actions.
pressure. Yeah, just
Yeah.
too many actions. Like you're saying, it's just too much going on. You know, Dandy was in a phenomenal position earlier on here, but Gosudark finally had an answer, man, and the answer was Arbiters. Just, if you freeze everything, you
Yeah.
can't shoot, right? That's all you gotta do. You just gotta.
The answer was always in front of Go to Dark Side.
Always. Man, this is the third base going down, fourth base going down. Meanwhile, Gosudark taking a fifth. He's completely out macroed Dandy at this point. There's just no econ left for our Terran friend here. And wow, so many units for Gosudark sitting at that natural. GG is called. And Gosudark takes a game in the series. Wow, very well played there from Gosudark. I'm happy for our boy Gosudark here. You know,
Yeah.
like they play so much together, and I could only imagine what it's like being the practice partner of Dandy, and just getting crushed time and time again. But he played a very solid, straight up game. Pato was exactly what we were saying. He needed to change it up. He went for that quick third nexus, and you know what? It didn't do him. It didn't do him wrong. He macroed out of it just fine. He got to a good point in the game, and he happened to take a great fight and catch Dandy undefended. So very, very well played there from Gosudark. You know, it's the type of game that we know he can play, and it was awesome to get to see it. You know, see that on stream. So very well played there. And now we're getting into the final game of Dandy versus Gosudark. The map is going to be Largo, or Lemon, rather. Lemon. Huh, this will be interesting. I haven't seen too many TVPs on Lemon so far.
Yeah, I haven't seen much games on this map either. Limon in Spanish.
Limon.
Limon.
I played quite a bit on it. I think it's completely broken.
Oh, really?
Zerg versus Protoss, completely broken.
Why is
To the
that?
point that I'm convinced that at the pro level in ASL, we will not see a Protoss win on this map.
This is an ASL map, sorry?
This is an ASL map pool this season. Yeah, for season 12, and I think it is completely broken for Zerg. Zerg is too strong for Protoss to beat here, and I don't know. I know why, and I almost don't want to tell people because I play Zerg. Basically, any map where you can get quick 4 gas as Zerg against Protoss and limit them to a single 2 gas, it is just broken. There's nothing Protoss can do about it. And you can definitely do that with this map.
I know this map.
So spawning at the bottom right, as our white Terran, we have Soul T Dandy. And spawning at the bottom left here in Game 7, as the Olive Protoss, we have Soul P Gosudark.
So, entonces, abajo a la derecha de color blanco tenemos a nuestro Terran de color a blanco, valga la redundancia, tenemos a Salty Dandy. Y abajo a la izquierda tenemos al Protoss de color dudoso, ¿no? Que será un amarillo mostaza. Tenemos a Gosudark.
So, Pato, you haven't played too much on Lemon, I'm guessing.
No, never. But
Alright.
I've seen the games from ASL on this map. I really find weird to see 2 lines of minerals.
Yes, I totally agree with you. It's like, but at the same time, you can kind of sustain just in your main for a long time. But yeah, it's really weird. And how many mineral patches? Like, you can basically just continually build workers in the main, and it's fine. The other weird things, obviously, 2 gases in the main is very unheard of, right? Like, which makes this quite interesting new map for balance. Other than that, if you look at the thirds also have 2 Vespene geysers at them, with a mineral only natural. So it's kind of this odd balance. And I think that for some matchups, like when you have a Zerg against a Protoss, and you have a potential 4 gas Zerg against 2 gas Protoss, there's no way to deal with it. Also, another feature is the minerals, or there's giant minerals blocking the other mains on this map. So top right and top left can be mined from a very long distance, but you can't mine them efficiently, so no one takes them. It's so bizarre. It's kind of a cool map, and I don't think it's been figured out yet.
Just a fun fact about the map maker, he made a lot of maps, but the most recent one, Ringing Bloom, Wallstein is his name. He also made Ultimate Stream and Hidden Track, I think, is by Earth Attack. I think it was Ultimate Stream that was in the same map was Hidden Track, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. It was. Yeah, that was ASL last season. Yep. So, yeah, this is just a kind of a unique map. Also, there is a middle base. There's a lot of terrain in the center where your units will not have vision, which can be interesting for matchups like Zerg versus Terran, Protoss versus Terran, anything where you're really engaging into ranged units. It can be rather scary for the Terran player.
Someone said that some of the aspects of this map are pretty cool, but it's like too many new aspects all at once. Do you think that's an issue? That when you're introducing something radically different, it's just like one little aspect that you should introduce, or it's okay to change so many things at once?
I want to just see cool new maps, so I haven't put that much thought into it. I don't know if there is such a thing as like too many cool new aspects, as long as they're all balanced. Which is really what we're aiming for at the end of the day. But really the only two aspects about this map that seem like very, very intriguing are the amount of mineral patches in the main and the double gas in the main. It's not something you're used to normally seeing, as well as obviously the double gas at the third. So, I theoretically, if you have a mineral only natural and two gases in your main, you should be on the same gas count, right? Like, you know, it shouldn't affect you in that way. So I don't think it's necessarily imbalanced for any reason. What like early game.
What's the significance of like not having any space in your main?
It hurts Terran more so than other races. Absolutely.
Is that right?
Unquestionably. Yeah. So Terran's almost forced to move out. We actually see Dandy placing his first factory outside the main. That's not something you'd see in any other map. And it's kind of forcing Dandy to play more aggressive here. But man, he's getting some good trades somehow. Very good mines, good pressure with these Marines. But yeah, that's a lot of Dragoons here for Gosudark. This is a little scary. I think Danny might have a tough time defending this. This is 2 gateways. This is the first time we've seen Gosudark go to gateway opening. Or 3 gateways. Never mind, I forgot about the one in the main. So this could be a little scary, and I think he's doing this because of the map. I think he knows that Dandy has to place that factory outside the main, and it's vulnerable, and he just wants to pressure. Ooh, good pickup. Those mines. Oh man, losing another Dragoon, and now we have 4 Dragoons. Against a bunker, a vulture, and a tank. He should hold this quite easily.
Siege.
Yeah, he's gonna push this all off. Oh no, pull back, Gosudark. Okay. Looks like, once again, Dandy has stabilized and taken the quicker natural. Gosudark not far behind. Has that second gas building. Little interesting, being on 3 gateways this quickly, but he really doesn't need to produce any more Dragoons at the moment. This should just be him going into a quicker third. I'm not sure what the gas is going to be for. Maybe this is... I don't know what this could be for. Reaver, maybe? Something like that, or Storm? We'll have to see. Meanwhile, Dandy having that academy building has the quicker natural, obviously second gas going down in the main as well. I'd expect to see factory count increasing here quite quickly. Ooh, Stargate and a Citadel here from Gosudark. So this is looking to be a quicker Arbiter play. I like it out of Gosudark. I knew something was going on with that second gas in the main that early. This is not going to be a third base at all. This is 2 base, quick Arbiter, fast recall style. And you know what? Why not? Let's go for it. Let's roll the dice. Let's see where we end up. Let's go to Vegas. Second ob's moving across the map. Ooh, first ob's taking a little bit of damage. Does see that factory count though and sees production. Do have a probe moving over the third, so this could be a delayed third from Gosudark, just giving himself an alternative follow-up. But either way, I think the Arbiter timing was relatively pretty quick. No, I guess he's got to wait for the archives, so maybe the archives is a little delayed.
Should make the archives and the Stargate at the same time.
Yeah.
So, 2 base, all in from Dandy. Why not? 7th game.
Yeah, why not? You know, it seems to be working for him so far. We haven't seen much of an answer from Gosudark to this build in particular. So let's go for it. And I think it could work here.
Is going to be, will that Arthur have enough energy to stop that army? And will then the tanks be so clumped up to be all affected by one stasis?
Yeah.
Because if not, this is not looking so good.
Yeah, if he doesn't get a super stasis off, he's definitely gonna be in trouble here.
Does the comp set in the main like disrupt mining on the right side?
I maybe like slightly,
bad.
but no, I don't think it's like a big deal.
I
never see.
To me.
Do you ever put 4 on gas with that? No, probably not. I think it's fine. You know, I feel like this isn't as many tanks as I was expecting from Dandy. Once again, I feel like Gosudark's got a sizable unit count. But then we look at the supplies and Dandy's like all just so strong, man. He has a supply lead TVP. You never see that. No third base either from Gosudark. He's got to make this work. Pressure's on. Dandy, just beautiful positioning, keeping all these tanks spread to try to prevent any type of stasis play. We're also not even seeing any mines being baited out from Dandy. This is very unusual. I feel like most Terrans I watch land way more mines, but we haven't seen it a single game from Dandy.
Yeah, I don't know what he does. If I don't throw mines, I would just instantly die. But Dandy just position his vultures in a right spot and he wins battles.
Yeah, could it be to maybe prevent like friendly splash damage? I don't know, that's my only guess. Here we go. This has been a big engagement. Once again, the vultures tank everything before the siege tanks are really allowed to take any damage. And it's just not good. I feel like that was a good pullback timing from Gosudark. He got on a few tanks. But still, the timing went Dandy's in Dandy's favor, and I don't know what Gosudark can do here.
Yeah, no tanks died, and if he flips them, he would be dead. GG.
And GG is called.
What? No storm, no shuttle, no fun.
Yeah, it was I don't know, a little different, quicker arbiter, but just wasn't quite in time, I think.
I wanted a 2-base recall, something like that.
Yeah, 2-base recall would have been nice. I think he was just Dandy was just in his face the entire time. He didn't have the space or the freedom to really go for anything aggressive. It felt like, if anything, Dandy was the more aggressive player the entire series. Yeah, that was you know, when you're going up against some of the caliber of Dandy, it's so tough. It's so difficult to get any of those wins in there. But he did get one, so you know, well played to Gosudark. But once again, hats off to Dandy. You know, quite an incredible Terran, maybe the best foreign Terran at the moment. And yeah, he's won once again.
So now we have a very good match.
That we do, Pato. That we do. Dewalt versus Scan. Like, how could you? I can't think of a more epic series to cast, honestly. These are two.
Light against Mini, but they weren't available.
Yeah, they weren't available today. We'll get them next time. No worries. Man, this is gonna be nuts. So you're kind of a big Dewalt favorite, huh? You think Dewalt can and will take this?
Yeah, I think it's the price is 70-30 for the winner, so I know Scan will pull all his tricks to win. But I'm confident that Dewalt has a style that really complicates Scan. So
I see. He's not gonna make it easy on him.
no, Dewalt is a monster. So if anyone can beat Scan, it is Dewalt for sure.
How would you compare DeWalt's PVT to the other foreign PVT master, Boneth?
I don't know. Bonnie has a more specific style in PvP. So
Reaver into carrier,
yeah, River Carrier. He always plays carriers because he has an amazing micro. He's more micro reliant. He's very solid, and he's very smart as well. While DeWalt, he's playing a lot of harassing game. He changes a lot between I don't know, speed shuttles, maybe greedier builds, maybe some games he pulls fast expansions. I think he tries to change more. But if I had to sum it up, I would say that he will try to play a lot of his speed shuttles and try to harass a lot, and that's when he makes damage. So a more versatile player, I believe.
I believe you. I kind of think the same myself. Like I feel like it's the internal joke whenever we talk about BSL that, Bonnet, he just relies on having perfect micro, but it's kind of true. Like no one would argue he's got better control than really the rest of the scene. But Dewalt is a very complete Protoss and can compete on all aspects, all levels. Even against the most senior of Korean pros. So I'm definitely really interested for this one. I feel like my heart wants DeWalt to win, but I'd be lying if I told you I thought he'd be the favorite going up against someone like Scan.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward for this game.
Yeah.
Let's see how this is going to roll up.
Alright guys, so Scan is munching down some noodles. He was ready about 30 minutes ago, which is when he was supposed to play Dewalt. That Gosudark versus Dandy match was 2.5 hours. So,
it was a long one.
Sometimes these 7 games, I think they usually go for about 2 hours. We've had very few that finished up maybe an hour, hour and a half. But that one was that was a long one. Anybody watching out there, you guys are getting spoiled with 7 whole games. The prize pool is not that big. The players are just really generous, and they appreciate the fact that people are watching, that we're observing and casting their games. So it's kind of like charity on their part. So yeah, these 7-game matches, they're really something nice. And I appreciate you and Pato and other casters who volunteered your precious time to hang out and cast these games and support the fan
have
scene.
no time.
That's true, man. I really do appreciate you guys.
Thank you, bud. Yeah, I appreciate you too. Thanks for having me on casting these epic games, man. Like, I'd be here one way or another,
I hope people in the future, when this game is still around, they really look back and appreciate what you guys did to the Thorn scene. It's really something special that I see a lot of people like yourselves and other organizers and stuff do. Because back when I was active, there wasn't Twitch or anything like that, right? And sure, you managed a clan or did some things, but it wasn't as community oriented as I see some things going on now. and it's really nice.
It really is, man. It's I don't know, it's just nice. I feel like it's a good opportunity to connect with like-minded folks who enjoy the same hobby we all do, you know? It's back then, yeah, it was Justin TV, as Quirks pointed out here. And even before that, YouTube VODs and gosh, remember the old replay voiceover replays? Do you guys ever do those where you like watch a replay and time it up with a sound file of casters? That used to be a thing back in the day. Whoa, I think we have Dandy joining the channel. Our Victor here. But he's muted.
So Dandy is also going to be, since he got into the Trovo streamer program, we thought why not use our events as a way to support him as well. So I think he's going to be restreaming my Discord screen share on his channel, and he's going to be casting these games on his channel. Between his channel and ours, I think we have over 300 viewers or somewhere around there. Big shout out to everybody tuning in live, especially the Latin Americans who really support Dandy and Terror specifically.
Yeah, thank you, Peru.
Peru, Latin American.
Latin America.
We're waiting for Scan.
He's eating noodles.
He said done eating, he is brushing his teeth, and he'll be right there.
Just gotta brush his teeth before he smacks some Protoss.
I respect that.
Yeah, I mean, teeth health is important, man. Can't overestimate it, you know?
Okay. Un anuncio, ahora Scan está viniendo, se está preparando para el match, así que tengan un poquito de paciencia, que ya vamos a empezar las series ahora entre Scan y Dewalt. Así que tengan un poquito de paciencia, calculo 10 minutos y ya estaremos con ustedes. Aprovechen el tiempo para, si no lo hicieron, hacer clic en el link de Matcherino para apoyar a nuestros jugadores. Y si ya lo hicieron, tienen permitido ir a buscar algo para tomar, que se viene una serie tremenda.
Pato Machine, we have something called a treasure box giveaway.
All right.
Trovo has something called Elixir, which you buy with money.
Okay.
And I think we're giving away about 600 of those in 6 separate treasure box giveaways. I'm not sure how it works, but there's a few tasks that you need to complete. I think you have to type, the heart with the symbols, StarCraft, Space StarCraft. The other one is you have to be tuned in for at least 20 minutes.
Heart with the symbol, like less than 3?
Yeah. I think if you click on it, it'll tell you. On the left of the button, cast spell.
It ends in 22 minutes. Chicos, si
Yeah,
no
do you
se dieron
see the
cuenta-
treasure box?
Yeah, I did.
It's the
Chicos.
the 4 little squares.
Oh,
Chicos.
yes, I do see it.
Si no se dieron cuenta, tienen unas cajitas que van a regalar. Arriba hay las treasure box o las cajitas de estas del tesoro. Tienen que, seguir al stream, mirar por 20 minutos y mandar el mensaje en el chat, el símbolo mayor y el 3 que simbolizan un corazón y StarCraft, y ya están participando. Así que anótense, pónganse las pilas que pueden participar por cajitas con dinero. Mira Machine, look Machine how he wants the money.
You could also see treasure boxes from other channels. So some of them I think are just exclusive to some channels. Some of them are called Discovery, means they're available to anybody on Trovo. We made ours available to anybody on Trovo just to increase viewership and satisfy Trovo even more.
Got it.
So
Okay.
sometimes people will just pop in, satisfy the requirements, and try to win the giveaways. Maybe stick around, but maybe disappear.
All right,
But
folks,
you
well,
guys should be able to participate. And I mentioned that to you guys, specifically Pato Machine.
Got it. I was thinking I'd just let everyone know in chat. Like,
No, screw
you guys
them, man.
Yeah, no, just me. Never mind, you guys. Don't
Exactly.
complete the requirements. Don't follow Twitch. Team Think Quick TTV. Don't watch for 20 minutes.
What
Don't
treasure
send
box?
the message Heart StarCraft in chat. Don't do it, please. What treasure box?
I don't know what Trovo's doing. It's some sort of like voodoo magic shit they got going on with the elixirs and the spells and stuff. It took me a while to figure out. It's kind of fun, but it can be a little bit confusing because we're not used to all these fun things.
Yeah, I'm definitely not used to it. I'm looking at the cast spell. I think.
Witchcraft?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm already a wizard.
I'm I don't know what I have no idea. Oh, you can kind of spam emotes in chat. I think maybe. I don't know what spells are. I'm still confused.
Yeah, I think they're just like hype emotes.
That's
You could
cool.
Google Trovo spells and probably break down. That's how you know.
Okay.
I think the one with like the red symbol that looks like a shrimp, that's the elixir. I think you have to buy that or be given it. And the other like symbol that looks like a diamond, it's blue. I think you accumulate those by just like tuning into the channel. It's like channel points.
Got it.
Like
Okay.
Twitch.
Okay.
So you got this spell. You could probably cast that. I don't know how much you guys have.
I've got 4K.
Oh, that's nice. 4K of, what is that even called? The other one's Elixir.
Mana. It's
Oh,
mana.
okay, yeah.
4,100 mana. I just casted 2 spells though. I feel like a wizard.
Thank you. I have no idea what that does.
Yeah, me either.
Is
I-
it just
I
a
think,
morale
like, you're-
booster?
It's like it's like a morale booster, like a hype emote to hype up the chat.
I appreciate it.
Cool. It's cool. After 20 minutes of brushing his teeth, Scan might arrive here. He's just got so many teeth, he just eats and brushes his teeth all day. Oh, okay. Maybe his electric toothbrush broke. He's got to run to the store, get a backup toothbrush.
In his defense, he's been messaging me actually for the past 5 minutes.
Oh, okay.
So my bad.
Well, I mean, we were busy hyping up the chat, so that's what it's all about here. On fire. On fire. Dang, Kwark's got some serious dough he's throwing in the chat. On fire times 40. Yeah, let's get Kwark in here. Let's get someone who actually knows what they're talking about in this cast. Alright, we got Scan here. He's ready to do battle against Dewalt. Game 1, map 1. Oh, treasure box has been unleashed. The winners are Tucson, Patricio Villamonte, Ex Lagarde Tajax, and May Quandriguez, Choco 86, and Klausy. All right, congrats everybody.
Whoa, whoa.
Hey, we have Kwark UK in the chat. Hey Kwark, how's it going, buddy?
Doing pretty well. I've been just hanging out with my son, just watching the cast. I may be able to help out if you'll have me, but I can't guarantee I can stay because
No
if
worries.
he needs
Well-
attention, then I might have to go.
Having fun, guys. No pressure at all. You can come and go. Machine, you included.
Thanks, buddy. Kwark, you're always welcome, man. This is a good matchup to pick your brain for. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to seeing this particular game on Eclipse. But we will see if my guesses about it are correct.
All right, I'm definitely intrigued, and it looks like we're getting into it. Here we go, game 1, Dewalt versus Scan, and we have Dewalt spawning at the top right as the magenta Protoss on Eclipse. Meanwhile,
He's not
bottom
boosting that top crystal. Oh, that's going to trigger me.
Trigger number 1 in Kwark. Alright, and spawning bottom left as the blue Terran, we have Scan.
So maybe we'll have to restart, so I won't introduce.
Okay.
So. Are
They-
they playing?
I don't know if they wanna. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. It looks fine to me, but yeah, I'm not in the game. I think they're playing, so we'll talk about it like they're gonna continue to play.
Ok, arriba a la derecha de color rosa tenemos al Terran, a la bestia rusa tenemos a Dewalt. Mientras que abajo a la izquierda de color azul tenemos al Terran coreano, tenemos al Scan. And now they leave.
I'm glad you jinxed them by saying they were gonna leave, so that they
Yeah.
wouldn't leave. Pato, you're the true hero here.
Yeah, I'm the wizard.
You're the wizard. This
So
is
a
interesting.
forward Vax from Scan, yeah. That would be very good if Dewalt was going for a fast expand. And a lot of the last games we've seen Dewalt and Scan play, Dewalt has done a 12 next and he has won with it.
Ah, okay. That's a good bit of information. So it's almost like a mind game. I'm kind of glad to see that. And DeWalt not taking the bait and going for that 12 Nexus.
Yeah, the forward Vax, it massively lowers the rush time, and yeah, he could have potentially done a bunker rush and also taken his own CC had Dewalt done a 12 next, which would have been a perfect counter.
Is there any type of advantage Dewalt can get out of this scenario?
We'll see how much pressure the Zealot does, because it looks like Dewalt's going to do a single Zealot into Nexus, so it's Dewalt's Nexus will be faster than the CC, and
At the same time, he can kind of defend the pressure with the early Gateway Zealot.
well, Scan's doing a fast expand as well, so it's not going to be much in the way of pressure. It's just Dewalt's he doesn't have to send a scout probe. He just uses Zealot as a scout probe. Can also do a bit of harass, and behind it, he's just taking Nexus and then playing a standard game. This is effectively the same build as a normal fast expand, but with a gateway and a single Zealot thrown in. But he's not getting his gas first. He's not getting his core first. Not getting range or dragoon. It's a very quick Nexus, and the Zealot's basically free because you'd have to send a probe anyway. It's a nice build.
Got it. Yeah, it does seem like quite a nice build. Yeah, not really able to accomplish much with the early Zealot, but he's got full scouting. He's didn't have to commit that probe scout, as you mentioned, Kwark. You know, he's not really able to put any damage on, but it still forces the bunker, forces the wall off. So not bad here out of the start here for Dewalt. Scan obviously knows this, has seen the early Nexus. It's kind of on Scan to react and choose where this game ends up going from here on. We don't even see a factory quite yet out of Scan. It feels delayed, but I don't know, and maybe I'm wrong.
I'm afraid I'm going to have to quit the cast almost immediately, and I'm sorry.
No worries, bud. Good talking to you. Take it easy, bro. So it feels, I don't know, Pato might know more than me, but I feel like the factory was a little slightly delayed, but it doesn't look like Dewalt could put much pressure on this either way.
But Dewalt's not going for that's a very quick robo. That's robo before range. That's exciting.
Oh,
What, sorry?
So he's not doing any pressure at all. He's delaying the goon range till he has his second gas up. He's going straight into the quick robo for the Reaver and the map control.
Is this maybe Dewalt like going one up on Scan? Like Scan probably expecting that early Dragoon pressure given they's delayed his factory so much, but
Any time you can delay range until after robo, it's always great because range is expensive, but it doesn't actually give you any advantage unless there's a fight. So if you can get robo first, then go back for the range and still have it before the first fight, that's always amazing.
I see. Yeah, that range is quite an expensive upgrade for Protoss. Ooh, Dewalt actually pushing off this SCV will not see a third Nexus, so he knows there is no third quite yet for Dewalt. Yeah, putting down the armory as well is Scan. So this seems to be quite standard, but we're not seeing an eBay, I believe, yet. We're not seeing any turrets, so you know, the vulnerability to early drop play is still there from Scan.
So that's odd. I would expect a Reaver from that early roll, but I don't know.
Yeah, maybe it's just obs. Maybe he's just playing. Yeah, I guess it is just obs. I was right there with you, Pato. I almost expected to see a support bay, and then we didn't see one. Huh.
The 6-minute observer is fantastic anyway, though, because it means he's going to get such an early scout. He's going to be able to see if it's a starport, if it's another CC. If you can see the Terran's choices, it's just so easy as Protoss to win because you can just hard counter whatever it is. The Terran will always telegraph their strategy. They'll say if it's going to be a 2-1, a 1-1, if it's going to be a 3-base late game, if they're going to go drops. The Terran can't hide that if you get the early observer. And then it's just easy to win as Protoss because you can take the right number of bases and you can make sure that your spells are ready for whatever the Terran push timing is. If you need to hold a push in like a minute, you go Storm. 2 minutes, you go Arbiter. 3 minutes, you go Carrier, whatever. The Terran can't hide the information, and Dewalt can see everything.
Yeah, it's very true. I guess I never really thought of it that way before. It's almost like, oh, why delay your econ or tech or additional units just for an observer. But man, that observer is so key. And you're absolutely right. He's able to
Yeah.
see entire factory count timing, no third command center.
Yeah. He sees the 4-fac, and that means that we're not going to be seeing a starport from Dewalt. Dewalt's going to say, okay, I'm going to need to get my Zealot speed at this timing. I'm going to need to have shuttles ready at this timing. I'm going to need to spam my gateways. He might cut probes. He'll delay his archives. It's just so easy to play PvT if you have that early observer. It tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah, you're so right. It's so key here. Do you think Dewalt's at an advantage at the moment?
I think he is, just because he has that information. But one thing you just saw Scan doing, which is critical as a Terran, you got to scan and kill the obs.
I see, which he's done. So now that Dewalt doesn't know, hey, is he pushing out to maybe take a third? Could there be a timing across the map? Maybe he's a little worried. He also can't scout for those mines, potential mines.
I don't think we saw a starport, and I don't think Dewalt saw the starport, so he should be thinking that this is a... this is not going to be a 2-1 play. So Dewalt is here thinking, okay, this is... Oh, is going to lose it? No, it's still alive. So I'll let you cast.
Oh, you're all good. Yeah, that was quite scary. Ooh, losing the shuttle even right away. This is not ideal for Dewalt. I was a little surprised he chose to engage there onto the tank force and not just send the shuttle inside the main. But either way, it seems like it wasn't the right call. Scan was prepared for it, so...
It wasn't. He took a lot of damage from the Goliaths right before speed finished. If you saw, speed kicked in like after 2 bodies of Goliaths. But what we are seeing from Dewalt at the moment is, just look at that base. He's got the gateway just flooding. He's not doing like cannons inside his main. He knows that drop's not a thing. He's not doing any kind of late game tech. It's just gateways, upgrades. Ooh, this could be a lot of damage. Yeah. Okay, he might be dead.
2 mines connecting. And with the flank as well. That was incredible. Yeah, he even knows it. GG is called.
Yeah, he needed to keep the Reaver alive. I'm surprised he attempted that harass, given that he saw the 4 factories, honestly. He needed that Reaver defensively. Because that Reaver just dropping, picking up, forcing Scan to siege and unsiege as he pushed across the map would have been very valuable. I think that's an uncharacteristic mistake from Dewalt there, because the rest of his strategy, the building choices, those were all perfect.
It's just the engagement and then obviously the delaying of the push. Yeah. I mean, those are the hard things to do when you get flustered and you're behind. It's kind of like I was talking about with Gosudark during the last series. The macro was on point. The build order was like, for the most part, okay, but there was just nothing, like, he was never trying to delay the push. He would let the push arrive at the natural and then try to defend. It's just too late from there.
One thing I note is that Dewalt wasn't doing Gosudark's mistake. Gosudark scouted that it was going to be an early 1-1 push, and then he went towards Arbiters, and the Arbiter was never going to be ready on time. Dewalt scouted it, and you saw what he did. He just laid down the gateways. Every gateway he could put down. That's, I think, a key difference between like the way that Dewalt plays and Gosudark plays. Gosudark was playing like it was just a random Terran on ladder. He was just doing his like 3-base Arbiter, hoping that there was a 2-1 push coming. Dewalt actually checks what's coming and then adapts. Like, Gosudark was great when Dandy did the one thing that Gosudark beats. But you can't just do your thing every game and hope that your opponent does the one thing you beat.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I guess I felt like I knew that. I was against with Gosudark versus Dewalt. I was thinking he almost needed to go more 2-base Arbiter to try to just crush that timing and play from there. But I don't know if that's accurate.
It's Storm or Gateways or Shadows or all of the above. You can't play Arbiters against Dandy.
Okay. I mean, Storm did work really well the one game he did it.
Yeah. Dandy just plays too fast. And the thing is, he doesn't even hide it. Firstly, you know he's going to do it because he's Dandy. And secondly, you can just check inside his base and see all the factories. But if you're not going to adapt, then I guess no point even scouting.
All right, Alright, we're just waiting on Scan here for game 2 on Ascension. I think he's AFK for the moment. Alright, he's back. Here we go. And spawning at the bottom left as the red Terran, we have Scan. And spawning at the bottom right as the white Protoss on Ascension, we have Dewalt.
Y en la esquina inferior izquierda de color rojo tenemos al Terran coreano, tenemos a Scan. Mientras que en la esquina inferior derecha de color blanco tenemos a Dewalt poniendo latency en high.
So, game 2 here, we saw, I don't know, kind of what I expected out of Dewalt game 1. We know he loves that robo play, very similar to Boneth. You know, try getting a little aggressive early on with that Reaver, but you cannot lose that shuttle early on. And Scan's not the kind of player to not follow up on a disadvantage like that, so Scan took a very quick game 1, I'd say, for the series. But both these players are very adaptable, have, you know, so many different openings available to choose from, and yeah, we'll have to see where they
Devout's
end
fast
up
expanding. He loves this build.
here. This is 12 Nux.
I saw him spend the money. He's just queued up the probes. Queued
That's
up exactly probes up to 12. So Dewalt fast expands like it's like a no rush 20-minute game. He does the greediest
I
fast
love
expand
it.
of any player in the world.
Of any, really. That's
Yeah,
that's
like
something.
his plan if he gets bunker rush just to sack the next. It's crazy. Like he doesn't cut probes at all. Now
He
we're
just-
going to see if he changes that at all this game, but normally his 12 next is. Oh, is he gonna? Yeah, he's okay. So this is going to be an exception to the normal Dewalt rule. This is actually one of my build orders that I asked him to show.
Really?
And I'm delighted that I get to cast it. 12 Gateway, 13 Gas. This is the Goon Rush.
Oh my gosh.
This
Is
is
the lack of a scouting probe significant?
Not at all, because it doesn't matter what your opponent does. This is a fake Nexus into like Goon Rush. But if you see Dewalt do a different 12 Nexus game, it will be like the greediest 12 Nex anyone's ever seen. But this one here is a Kwark special.
I feel like this is particularly good on this map because there's 10 mineral patches in the name.
You would be wrong, simply because he doesn't have any probes. He's got 15 probes, and it will stay on 15 for a while. This is like a Zerg build.
But isn't it significant early when he's not sending a scouting probe out?
It is, but you also have to remember that he's massively undersaturated. But
Okay.
so he has a Zealot building, and his core is going to finish ridiculously quickly. He just started a second Zealot. Let's see what the response is. Did we get an STV pull? Are the boys coming?
We see 3 Marines
no.
moving across the map.
The boys are not coming yet. If Scan pulls the boy. Okay, here
There
we
we
go.
go.
Scan has fallen into the trap. Range should already be starting. We're going to have 2 Zealots and 2 Dragoons incredibly quick. Range is going. Moment of truth.
Because I have no idea. Like,
Dewalt should be able to hold this. This is a bait build. It's not really a 12 Nexus.
I love it.
It's a trick
I
to
love that
make
this is a
Scan do
thing.
this exact thing.
Bait 12 next.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't see any probes being built at either Nexus.
Yeah, he's got no money. It's all goons. It's all goons to goon range.
Wow.
I'm so excited to see how this one goes.
I've not seen this.
No, this is a ladder special that I came up with, and I'm really hoping it works. If it doesn't work, it's all my fault, of course. This loss is completely on me. But if it does work, all the glory is mine.
I think it's gonna work. We see 2 Dragoons and a Zealot against 4
Yeah, there's 2 more Dragoons building, and range will be finished at 508, which is the fastest range known to man. Oh, don't get that goon surrounded though. Okay, it's
Yeah.
slippery. He greased up that goon. It's out. 2 more goons are finishing now, and we're 30 seconds from range. Even if the bunker goes down, he may not get the Nexus.
Yeah, I was gonna say he should pull the probes from the natural. Even.
Yeah.
Like it's almost like a trick at this point.
Yeah.
Ooh, can't lose the weak Dragoons though.
Oh, he's got 4 of them though. It's just,
Oh,
how does he have so many goons? And range is going to finish in 10 seconds.
I can hear how happy you are in your voice right now.
This build
Oh,
doesn't make
God.
any sense. How has he done this? It's amazing.
Oh.
It's beautiful. All the SCVs are dying.
He crushed it.
And range just
If-
finished.
If you really
He has
done
Dragoon
well-
range at 5 minutes, 10
yeah.
seconds on 2 bases. Nothing makes sense anymore.
Oh my gosh. He crushed that.
Yeah,
Crushed it.
it's a bait build. It's a trick. If ever anybody bunker rushes you and you do this build, you just win.
Wow.
It's crazy. But
Yeah,
he only had 15 probes. He had 2 bases, but he couldn't even mine anything on the second base. With 10 crystals in the main, 3 on gas. And the second base is completely pointless.
Ooh, we shouldn't throw any Dragoons away, but he's definitely at a sizable lead here. No
And he's got his
commands
robo coming.
at the natural.
It gives you very quick Dragoon range, which is very good offensively, very good defensively. If there weren't mines, Scan would just be dead right now, because when they bunker rush you, they also build vultures, which means their machine shop's really late. So your range is as quick as possible, but their tank is really slow. So they can't even hold their own natural after you do this opener. I mean, Scan hasn't built a CC yet. And Dewalt is just powering. He's got so many goons. He's got goon range. He's got robo. He's adding a nexus. This is maybe a mistake. He doesn't realize that Scan's on 1 base because he can't know yet. But he's just got
Is
so
this-
many units and money. Scan's all in. Scan's 1 basing.
Yeah, he's one basing. This is a starport drop play.
Yeah. And we have a support bay coming, so Dewalt going into the Reaver. And he's got a lot of Dragoons too.
I mean, Reavers can be good defensively, right?
Yeah. Oh, if this Zealot scouts the no expansion, which I think it's going to, then Dewalt is just going to lock his base down immediately. This Zealot scouting, you see it on the minimap. If it gets
Yeah,
in, it's
yeah.
going to get in. He sees it, and we
pick
should
the
see an
line.
immediate response from Dewalt.
Oh, did it see it? Yeah, I guess he did.
Yeah. Dewalt, he just put down the wall. We're going to see hopefully more gateways. I want to see defensive play, Dewalt. Nothing but defensive play. You know this has to be drop. I feel like his coach. I just really want this build to work. Yeah, he's got Dragoon staying home. He
I
knows.
think he's moving Dragoons from
Yeah,
the
he
natural
knows.
too.
There's another gateway. He doesn't have observatory, I think. I think the observatory is building at the natural. So this could do a lot of damage anyway. Yeah, okay, there's the observatory. Oh, okay, yeah, he worked it out. That Zealot scout was so key. He just sends the Zealot in, confirms that it's 1 base, and his entire build strategy changes. Just on an instant, he's not building probes, he's not doing anything with his 3rd base. Pure defensive.
Wow, this is incredible. And now he's up to a 3rd base against 1 base Scan.
I love that pylon wall at the front as well. He pulled back his Dragoons from the natural into the main to help with the harass. But a good player like Scan, anytime they do a drop in one place, Speed Vulture's going to hit in another. So he just walls it off. He said, I know where the drop's going to be. That means that I just don't want to worry about the natural at all. Just pylon wall, done. He can cancel the pylon later, or if he forgets to, he can just destroy it. But it's always worth that 100 minerals just to make sure that you're only dealing with vultures in one place at one time.
This is incredible. I mean, Scan is like due for the biggest whooping at the end of this. You can't be on 1 base as a Terran this long and hope to have, you know, any kind of play later in this game.
Well, if you look at the supply, I mean, Dewalt doesn't have much. It's 3 factory against 3 gates, but this is a map with a lot of ramps, a lot of ups and downs, and Dewalt does have a Reaver. Okay, his 4th gateway's coming. We're going to see just observers and dragoons for a bit, I think, right now. Dewalt's still got a push timing in him, though. He has one good push. And if he gets his tanks placed properly on a high ground, we could still be in danger, but I'm loving this. Dewalt's on 4 gateways now. He's still building stuff out of his robo. I don't want him to build too many probes. I think when that first observer confirms that it's still one base at 9 minutes, then again we're going to see another switch. We're going to see Citadel. We're going to see like 2 more gateways.
And no more probes, right? It's just
I would hate to see more probes once he scouts its 1 base, because I mean,
he's not gonna.
this
scout.
observer stopped. Oh, come on, Dewalt, don't do this to me. My heart can't take it. He's not even seeing the move out. His observer's not positioned right.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate. He needed to move that into the natural.
He's
He's,
still up in supply, but it's probably all probes. And
It's
like if his
probably
Reaver,
all probes.
if his Reaver's on the high ground, he could delay this push forever. If his Reaver's not on the high ground, like the Reaver needs to be in position ahead of time. Okay, the observer's now realizing that there's no army. He's looking for it, but there's too much tension. I can't handle this. I'm emotionally invested in this game. Scan's forgotten a tank by the look of it. He's just lost
Yeah,
one.
I saw that. Yeah, leaving a tank out of like such a big important timing is not going to bode well for Scan.
But
Scan's gonna
even
be
on
really
supply,
trouble.
okay, gateways are coming down. There's a Wraith for the shuttle. I would love to see. Okay, this is what we're looking for. Just this constantly from Dewalt. Doesn't have speed yet, does he?
I like that he pulls back with the Reaver, gets the shuttle away.
Oh, he lost his Reaver.
He lost the Reaver though. to
He's still on the
Reaver.
high ground though, and he's got a lot. Okay, if you look at the supply, it's just shifted 30 in Dewalt's favor. The supply was even until a second ago. It's no longer even.
No, it's all tank now. He's killed off the vultures for the most part.
Yeah, but there's no shuttle. There's another Reaver, but there's no shuttle.
He could sack the.
Yeah,
third.
he can, and I would like him to, honestly. It's... Dewalt,
Uh-oh.
not like this, Dewalt. Please, not like this.
Oh no.
Where's the shuttle?
Oh no.
Oh,
it's
Dewalt,
not
don't do
one.
this to me.
Yeah, he's got to pull those probes from the third.
No, his goons are cutting off reinforcement. That's good. Oh! Oh no.
Oh man. Oh jeez. He had this. He had it.
Had this. He didn't scout properly with his observer, and he didn't recognize that he was okay. There's his new shuttle. New shuttle could change everything. He's got 2 Reavers and he has the shuttle.
Reaver's already low though. 1 mine connected.
He's lost so many goons. That like 4 goons dying to the single mine. That wasn't optimal.
No.
That was not the dream.
Still, Scan's been on a single base this entire game. Dewalt
Yeah, he
has
pulled
his
the folks
natural.
back.
Oh jeez.
Come on, one scab. That's all I need, Dewalt. Give me 1 scab to win the game.
Ooh, those were some good scarab connects. He will get on top of these siege tanks, it looks like. Okay, that was a good scarab. He holds. He somehow
he holds.
on.
And he's still ahead in supply, but I mean, he's making this hard work for himself. He lost so many dragoons, so unnecessarily.
Yeah.
Like that bit with the 5 dragoons in the flank that just all died to 1 mine.
Yeah,
You can't do this to me, man.
Wasn't ideal for sure. I mean, he's also lost the third base. That's the big thing here.
I never had that many probes anyway. 3rd base, who needs it?
Do you think you should double expo from here?
I think that retaking his 3rd is fine. Scan doesn't really have a time. I don't think he even had an armory, so I think Scan's still... Okay, he just started as +1. He doesn't have that many factories. He doesn't have that much in the way of tech. He doesn't have any timings coming. Scan was super all-in, and the all-in failed, but the all-in did some damage, so we're in a weird sort of reset phase where Scan's all-in didn't do so badly that Scan has to leave, didn't do so well that Dewalt has to leave, but Scan doesn't have anything really going on. Why is there no observer inside Scan's base? I guess Dewalt has been using his robo constantly though. It's been shuttles, reavers, some observers, but he's not been able to build so many observers that he's got like spare ones hanging around.
Yeah, like perfect vision at this point. He's been kind of just trying to survive till now.
He's been making it hard work from. Okay, here are the zealots. Like Dewalt could have survived a lot more easily than he has. That Reaver dying in the shuttle, the 4 Dragoons dying to 1 mine, all the Dragoons just running into all the tanks.
I mean, the Reaver was so unfortunate. It was like the last shot from the Wraith, like right before the shuttle died, and died right as it picked the Reaver up. Just,
okay, Dewalt taking a 4th base, Scan's taking a 3rd base. This game has slowed down, and Dewalt is in a very favourable position, I think, for the slower game.
Yeah.
Now, this is always a TVP, so, I mean, I'm not saying that Dewalt can't lose, because a Terran, you can't make a Terran leave a game. That's the thing. A Terran can stay for as long as they want to. It's just if they have like a prior appointment, they might GG. But otherwise, you know, you can have 10 bases to 2 and the Terran's still staying in the game.
Yeah, but they can also play out of it, right? Like, they can, if they're patient enough, and they want to play a long enough game, come back as Terran.
The Snow Light game that was mentioned earlier on Polypoid, Snow was like twice as many bases as Light, but Light just kept building mines, kept building turrets, just wouldn't leave. Eventually he got 3-3 and Snow dropped off because Snow never transitioned into either mass arbiter or carrier. He built like a few arbiters, but he didn't do the thing where you're like, okay, you know what, I just need to be able to stasis your entire army, fuck it.
Yeah.
So, like, if Dewalt does what Snow did, he could technically be in trouble, but I mean, he's up 50 supply. He's... I would be surprised if Dewalt managed to lose this. Double shuttle. Scan. I don't think Scan can even take the space. I think double shuttle is going to come in. I'd love some zealots here helping the goons though. Okay, here we go. Here are the zealots.
It's quite a spread on these tanks, but yeah, getting all on top.
Okay, both the Reavers are dead, but the tanks are in trouble anyway. Oh, that Vax has he just killed the Vax completely.
Oh no.
Dragoons are so stupid. I think even if the Vax was like behind the tanks, if there was a Vax nearby, the goons would target it over tanks. I think they hate barracks. I don't know why, but just Dragoons absolutely hate barracks. It's like some racial enemy thing.
Oh man, looks like Dewalt's forced to back up here, but...
okay, it's now 1 base versus 4 in terms of mining.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Dewalt's pretty much got this one. He's got a 3rd command center, but he's not going to be using it anytime soon.
Yeah, and I mean, Scan's only got a single army, and he's only just, I think, finished his +1. So Scan's going to be like going towards +2 and then eventually +3, but it's not. We're never going to see like a 3-3. This game won't go that long. Now there have been 4 vultures ferried out to the north of Scan's base, but it looks like Dewalt either saw them. Yeah, I think there must have seen an observer because he's responding.
Yeah, he's definitely chasing after them. He's got to know. Oh, he's even got a cannon at the 4th, and not many probes there either way. So we should be able to see him defend this quite well, and then maybe transfer to that 4th after those vultures are cleared.
Yeah, and Dewalt still has a fair bit of money in his main. Oh, that was what was in the dropship. That's kind of sexy.
Oh, okay.
The double tank drop, nice. And he'll probably save the double tanks when the Dragoons arrive. Yeah, he's just gonna pull him back out.
Even with the speed shuttle, but not quite able to get there in time. So, it does kill a few probes, kills a couple cannons.
Okay.
Not bad.
There we go. Dewalt's going Storm. Okay, that was. I wanted to see that Dewalt eventually did something other than Reaver, because Reaver's great at the start, but like as the game hits 20 minutes, if you're still on just speed shuttle Reaver, you're gonna have issues. Storm is at least something more. Eventually, I'd like to see carriers or arbiters, but I don't think it's going to go that long. I think Scan's going to get this denied, and then that's going to be GG. We have, what, 70 supply advantage?
Yeah, 70 supply advantage. I mean, what is that, 6 tanks at the 3rd against way too many units?
And it's not even like their +3 to... Oh, that's one way Dewalt could throw. Dewalt is just messing with me tonight. He wants me to believe this build is going to work. Okay, here's the storms.
Big storm on a lot of vultures there.
Yeah. Okay, that'll get it done. Scan has to leave now.
Well played. GG.
I expect to receive a thank you letter from Dewalt for the best build known to man.
You did call it. I mean,
if they bunker rush you, you win.
He crushed the bunker rush.
Yeah. It's a bait build. You go 12 Nexus, they think it's the 12 Nexus, they bunker rush it, and they just lose. 100%.
How can you tell the difference between the bait and the real thing as Terran?
You look in their base and you go, wait a second, how do you have a core building already? Why do you have no probes? Brag time, I beat a 2800 Terran who was like top of the ladder like 2 seasons ago, called Ride Sky, with this build. Crushed him. Just, if they bunker rush you, you win. It's a dumb fucking build. Doesn't take any skill.
I mean, it's also kind of smart, especially after Flash, discussed the way to defeat 12 necks, and it became more popularly known.
Yeah.
It's the counter. You're right.
It only works the once though.
Yeah,
You won't get Scan falling for that again. I think if Dewalt does this again, Scan will look at the core cut. I mean, he'll just take a Nexus. So let's take a CC. Because if you ignore the Nexus, if you just build a command center, then Dewalt's build, the 12 Nexus build, fails horribly because you don't have any probes. If you just ignore the 12 Nexus, then the Protoss player just sitting there with 2 Nexuses and no probes, looking like an idiot.
Well, to be fair, didn't you say even before this that you thought Dewalt was going for a completely different 12 next build?
Yes, because he always
the greediest player ever.
Yeah, because he and I have completely different 12 Nexus philosophies, and I watch Dewalt stream quite a lot, and I discuss it with him. Dewalt doesn't ever cut a probe. Dewalt just goes 12 Nexus, and then he builds like a second pylon because he's got 17 probes before the Nexus even finishes. So he built a second pylon, which slows down his gateway, slows down his gas. He ends up going for a second gas just to get his range and robo out at the same time because he took his gas so late because he was just making probes. But if he gets away with it, it's like a BGH build. Like he can go like 200 in 10 minutes. I exaggerate, but only slightly.
Yeah, no, I got you. I got you for sure.
We saw him do it against Scan actually on Reverse Lost Temple a few show matches ago, where by the time Scan did his first push out, Dewalt had Dragoon range, like 8 Dragoons and a Reaver, and just crushed Scan completely. It was the craziest thing. Scan just left his base and died to Dewalt's fast expand, because Dewalt had so much stuff.
Huh. I mean, that's got to make you feel pretty good if he's adopting your build.
Well, I asked him to, but most of the time he does that one. If you bunker rush that one, he just has to sack the Nexus. He can't defend it because he has no gateways. He just has like 200 probes. It's all probes all the time. Whereas my one, if they bunker rush it, you win. If they don't bunker rush it, you lose. So it's the exact opposite way around.
What's the build called?
I don't think it has a name. Okay, we're seeing another 12 Nexus, but this is a 4-player map, so this won't be mine. Because you can't do mine on a 4-player map. This
You
is going
gotta
to be
give it a name, man.
the Dewalt 12 Nexus.
Otherwise, it's gonna be called the Ox build. I'm just gonna take it.
He's just gonna take it. Okay.
I made a guide on Team Liquid like a year ago. The build's already registered. That's the equivalent of patenting.
Got it. Okay.
But yeah, this is not going to be a 12 gateway, I'm sure, because you would never do my build on a 4-player map. Yeah, he's scouting it anyway. Oh wait, where's the 13? No, you can't do this. I told you how this build works. This is not it. Please don't go 12 gateway toward.
Is he going to?
Oh, he's doing it.
He built a probe right after Gateway, but he had money for both.
Yeah, this is my build again. You don't do this on 4-player map, except you're going to get first scouted, which means Scan might bunker rush it again.
So maybe it was the right call. Oh, he
doesn't see that Scan sees it, and Scan might just factory out over here. Yeah, okay, this is not going to work. We're going to get a proxy fact. Or oh, if the probe sees it, no, when the factory's in base.
Oh, it sees it!
He sees it.
Wow! 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 Oh man!
I have no idea what's going on anymore. He's 15-17. Is he going to build the Zealot? He's not building the Zealot. Okay, now he went core then Zealot. Okay. I don't know what's going on anymore. You don't do this on a 4-player map because you can't guarantee they're going to scout you. If they don't scout you, they don't bunker rush you. If they don't bunker rush you, it doesn't work. Which is why you only do it on 2- and 3-player maps. But
Is he gonna bunker rush him again, you think?
I don't know anymore. I don't know what's going on because this is. He's still building Marines. Yeah, this has to be. He's still building Marines.
But we see a second gateway, and this is the build you were talking about.
Yeah, this is the anti-bunker rush build.
Huh, I wonder if maybe he has scan red and he says, hey, he just bunker rushes every time.
It's... okay, where's the SCV pool? Okay, we're seeing it. Dragoon range already started.
Wow.
508 is our Dragoon range timing. So he needs to get the Nexus dead before then, because otherwise you just kill the bunker with the Dragoon range.
What if this is like all 7 games?
Well, he already did... Eclipse is the map where I like this the most. He didn't do it on Eclipse and he lost. But yeah, if it's the next few games... Oh, here's the Zealot. Oh, beautiful. It's just up in the moon. Second Zealot is done, and the 2 Dragoons building.
Yeah, 2 Dragoons building here. He could just pull the probes from the natural.
Yeah, I wanted to pull the probes from the natural. You can't lose probes. You don't have any. Please pull the... I mean, I told him how to do this, and putting the probes
He
is
saved
what
all
you
the
do.
probes. He saved all of them.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, he got another probe at the natural. Ooh, wouldn't recommend that. Okay, he's just going to sack the next. But his Dragoon range is going to be so quick that he should be able to kill the bunker afterwards.
Okay.
This is fine. I mean, sacking the next doesn't really hurt you because you didn't have any probes to mine the natural anyway. It doesn't make a difference. So what we're looking for now is Scan's mine timing, because this bunker will fall. And when this bunker falls, you're going to have like 6 range goons out on the map punishing. He's got 4 SCVs to repair the bunker.
So mine timing is more important than siege timing here then.
Yeah, mine timing is what keeps him alive. I would also like to see Dewalt going like 4 Dragoons into... There's the Robo, beautiful. So it's kind of tempting to make all the Dragoons you can, but you only need to make as many Dragoons as it takes to kill the bunker. Because once the bunker's dead, then the next thing that you need is something to clear the mines.
Got it,
And-
which you can't do with just Dragoon anyway.
Yeah, so there's no point having 6 Dragoons and no Robo. Oh, don't lose that Dragoon. Oh, this turn rate must be... it's very difficult to get the exact right range on the bunker in high turn rate. Because if you make a slight mistake, your Dragoon just takes 100 damage. Crazy.
Yeah, it takes too long for it to react to pull out of distance. Yeah.
So it looks like 4 Dragoons was the exact wrong number because there's 4 SCVs being left here. This is actually kind of smart that he left 4 SCVs. Okay, now we have a 5th Dragoon, we're good.
We do
And
have
we've got a
siege tank,
bunk.
though.
Yeah, but we've got the Robo should be finished. There should be a shuttle building. We'll see. Oh no! Dwarf, this isn't what we talked about.
GG.
I'm gonna message him Discord something quickly. Hold on. Sorry.
It was very close. Just one unfortunate little mine hit there, and I mean, Scan did a great job kind of baiting the Dragoons into that siege tank, but I don't know. Scan taking that game 3.
Just want to clarify that is not the Ox build. I repeat, it's not the Ox build. The Ox build was from the game on Ascension. That one was a Kwark build, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, that was the Kwark build. That was definitely the Kwark build, game 3.
So I mean, mine is never suitable for 4-player maps. It's especially because that was like a close position 4-player, which is the only situation where you're going to get bunker rushed. What you want is a cross position 2-player map like Eclipse,
I see.
because
As
it
in, like,
guarantees
more
they're going to
distance.
scout it, but it's also a long rush distance.
Got it. Okay.
But also he had a second Zealot chasing an SCV inside his base. Like the SCV inside your base isn't important. You got to stop the bunker rush.
I didn't realize he had a second second Zealot in there. Huh.
Yeah, it's 2 Zealots then 2 Dragoons.
Yeah, that would
Also-
have broken it. I feel like.
Where the bunker was placed was actually really good because the bunker was placed so that the max range of a Dragoon is like the very top of the ramp, which means you can only ever have the 2 Dragoons on the ramp shooting at it from the... Or you have to like go low ground and take all that damage to get your Dragoon set up in the natural. You can't... Because if they place the bunker like on the exterior side of the Nexus, then you can just run your Dragoons down at the ramp, get them in a nice neat line, and kill the bunker that way. That was a very well placed bunker by Scan. And the 4 SCVs was the perfect number too. If there was only 3 SCVs, the bunker would have fallen before the tank got there. 5 SCVs, too many SCVs. He had exactly the number of SCVs to deal with the goon damage that he was facing.
That's pretty smart.
Yeah, because I'm sure as a Terran it's quite tempting that once you kill the Nexus, you just send all the SCVs back to work. You just retreat them all, send them back to the mineral line. But he chose to hold that position against range goons, knowing that he would have to repair the bunker. And he chose to leave the exact right number of SCVs to keep the bunker alive.
Is when you say hold the bunker, is that within the hopes to get out things like vulture mines and really prevent or permit the Protoss from moving across the map?
He was hoping, I think, to do exactly what he did with the tank there, because the tank has one more range than the Dragoons. So what you can do with the tank is just take shots at it from near the bunker, force the Dragoons off the bunker, and that it delays the Nexus, because Dewalt wants to take his Nexus ASAP, but he can't take his Nexus till the bunker's down. And that means he has to slowly grind down the bunker. If you repair the bunker, it takes even longer. Once the tank gets there, you have to start thinking, okay, do I need a Reaver? Do I need a shuttle? How do I deal with this? And all of that pushes back the Nexus timing.
Got it. Okay.
I don't think Scan was actually trying to kill him with the factory and the tanks there, because he was building a CC behind it. It wasn't a kill move. The expansion was the kill move. It just put Dewalt under the gun. Dewalt had to do something about the bunker.
So we see Dewalt just going for that first gateway, gas inside the main. This will not be a 12 Nexus this game. Meanwhile, from Scan, pretty standard barracks inside the main, gas as well. Neither of these players doing anything too risky or out of the ordinary. I'm interested to see what build Dewalt opens here after going 12 Nexus 2 times in a row.
Yeah, we're not seeing the Zealot, so this is just going to be a very... Wait, he should be building a pylon. Okay, that's the pylon. I was getting a little worried there that it was not going to be one. But this is standard, just Dragoon opener. Question is, when's the Nexus at this point? You can go like 21 Nexus, 23. Some people go like 28 Nexus, which I'm not a fan of. I would expect to see like a 23 Nexus here. That is, I think, the most balanced version, because that's 2 Dragoons and range.
I see.
You always need to have 1 Dragoon at home, because if you don't scout the Terran immediately and know what they're doing, the Terran can get a Vulture out on the map, which will reach your ramp about 4 minutes 10 seconds. And if there's not a Dragoon on your ramp at 4 minutes 10 seconds, you just lose the game. It's...
They just run in and pick off 5 probes.
You don't have Dragoon range, and Dragoons are really slow and they're really stupid, so it will bounce off every building in the way. So it really is just a situation where, as I said, you lose the game if you do not have that second Dragoon on the ramp. So you end up building 2 Dragoons, 1 to scout, which is going to be this one that's already been finished, and the second one that's building now is going to be the one that stays on the ramp, except he's only on 22. Okay, this is like a 21 Nexus, but with an extra probe. There's only the 1 Dragoon right now. He's going to build a second one. Yeah, that's the second one. This is fine. So this is just changing the order of the Dragoon and the Nexus, but he is getting that second Dragoon because you do need it on the ramp.
You said it should be ready by like 410-ish?
Yeah, the 410 is like when the Vulture will be at your ramp, give or take. I mean, it depends on positions. It depends on if the Vulture takes a loopy route, because if the Vulture goes straight for you, you often see it. So the Vultures will generally like circle around. But yeah, had he gone for 1 Vulture out of the factory before Machine Shop, it would be at Dewalt's ramp like nowish. And here's a Dragoon to block the ramp now. So that's very nicely timed. Oh yeah, he just placed it straight on the ramp.
Just like you said, 410. Wow.
Yeah,
that's perfect.
It is super, super tempting to send your second Dragoon out to shoot the bunker. Because there's this bunker there, and you've got 2 ranged Dragoons, and you think, I can do so much damage to this. And then the one time you do that, a Vulture just runs into your base and you lose. This is very disciplined play by Dewalt.
I feel like Dewalt is definitely one of the more disciplined Protoss players in the scene. I mean, it's kind of why he seems to be doing as well as he has been in foreign events so far. So I feel like we definitely expect this level of play from him, and as he's continuing it. Yep.
Yeah. So he's getting a little bit lucky here. To be fully safe when doing this opener that he's done, you need to have 3 gateways, because 3 gateways is what defends against the when they go 2 factory, 3 tanks, double machine shop, and then they flood Vultures behind the 3 tanks with mines and speed. And if you don't have 3 gateways against that, you can just lose. Dewalt's gone for 2 gateways, and that means he has like an extra 3 probes because you have to cut to get that 3rd gateway. But if we look in Scan's base, Scan's going for the quick Academy Armory opener. That is a very like good opener for Scan in terms of getting into the mid game with very strong upgrade timings, but it has no offensive potential. And Dewalt is getting lucky here because he doesn't have that much in the way of defense, but he doesn't need it. He has correctly guessed that Scan is going for just the 1 factory armory. So he's got so many probes. I doubt Dewalt has missed a single probe since he placed that Nexus on 24. Oh, sorry, on 22.
So Dewalt's just making the proper read here. You know, like you said, Scan's only been on the single factory. Dewalt on a very low number of gateways, only 2 gateways. So he's not really been showing that he's afraid of any type of early pressure here and has that quick 3rd Nexus.
Yeah. He doesn't even have a probe outside Scan space. This is just like hoping for the best build, that kind of thing. But he's also placed the Nexus before the observer goes in. So this is a very quick observer. It's not like the quickest possible observer, but it is fast. And that means he's going to be able to see what Scan's doing. But if hypothetically this observer were to get there and see there were like 4 factories, no academy, no armory, something that I think Grind Boss likes to do, he would just be dead. The observer would get in and he'd be like, oh, so that's what kills me. Okay.
Okay.
But there's nothing you can do at that point. But instead, he's going to get his observer in and he's going to be like, oh, great, I did the exact perfect thing. I'm being propelled into the mid-game with a lot of strength. And I think... Oh, is he going to get a tank? If he gets a tank, that's going to be great. Oh, the misses!
Yeah, they get up that ramp and that miss chance is just so strong. Oh, very well played. Oh, he's going back in, though! Gets 1. For what, 2 Dragoons?
3 goons overall, he killed a vulture in a tank.
3.
That's okay, and the reason that's okay is because Dewalt isn't actually needing Dragoons right now. Now he's got that observer there, now he sees what Scan has. Dewalt is in power mode. It's Protoss is a very stop-go race. Oh, the observer needs to see this. Come on, observer, in you go. Okay. So you could be seeing a CC right now, you could be seeing a starport right now, you could be seeing a 2nd army right now. He's not seeing any of that. He's seeing, what, 5 factories?
Yep.
2 goons just died to a mine. He needs
that's not
okay.
good.
So the good thing is Dewalt knows what to do. The question is, can he do it? This is like kind of what Dandy was doing. And what Gosudark's issue was is that Gosudark would see that Dandy was going for like a 10-minute kill timing, and he'd be like, okay, I'm going to have my arbiters ready by 12 minutes. That should be fine. And of course, each game he lost because if your arbiters are ready by 12 minutes and you're dead by 10 minutes, doesn't work. This is what Gosudark should have been doing. This is what Dewalt's doing. He's pausing that tech progression. He might get speed, but like speed's going to be just about it. He's going to get probably shuttle speed. He's going to pump out a bunch of shuttles. But other than that, this is gateway time. He needs to match Scan timing. And he doesn't need to do anything more than that. You don't need to progress towards anything high tech because Scan's not progressing. Scan's not going to be there with like a 3-2 push timing because Scan doesn't have a starport. He doesn't have a 2nd armory. This is a pure timing attack, and he just needs to hold it.
Yeah.
And now this backstab with the shuttle, this is a very cool play here, because if this forces Scan back turn around, then Dewalt's going to just win. But Scan's not turning around.
No, he's just going for it, which might be the right call here.
That is the right call, yeah. Dewalt is trying to bait him into turning around here. And Scan is not having it, because every time that Scan delays at all, there's going to be like an extra 7 Dragoons coming out of those 7 gateways. You cannot pause, you cannot hesitate. You must go straight for the kill.
He did almost lose the Reaver there, though, to Vultures.
I would actually be fine with Dewalt sacking his 3rd right now. He doesn't need it. He just needs time. This is exactly what he should be doing there with this harass. Now pull those goons back. Pull those goons back. Yeah. And now sack the 3rd. Just sack the 3rd and wait for your shuttles with Zealots to get out. You need 2 shuttles with Zealots. You need like 10 Dragoons. Don't worry about the 3rd. You can retake it. 3rds are cheap. 400 minerals. Who cares?
He's up 40 supply. He's,
yeah.
You know, meanwhile...
And he sacked the 3rd. Dewalt, you beast. He's seen this before. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, he's so good. I think he's done it.
Yeah.
I feel like the game is slowly starting to slip in Dewalt's favor here. Scanning or pulling units back to deal with the shuttle, it looked like on the minimap.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's, I mean, yeah, Dewalt's done it. Scan's going to kill his third. Doesn't make any difference at all because Dewalt's going to have a speed shuttle to harass the tank line. The goons are just going to run it over. And I mean, he's done killed so many workers already. It doesn't really matter.
And
please don't lose that Viva.
Mining time. Yeah, I can't do that. Ooh, good shot.
Please don't lose that Viva, Scan. Oh, Dewalt, please. Oh, there's the shuttle. Oh, it's all gone wrong. The Zealot should be in the shuttle.
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, we're going to kill the front tanks at least. And he's doing harass in the meantime. It's not like Dewalt's gone AFK. Dewalt's been harassing like non-stop, and he's been getting value non-stop. Yeah, I mean, look at the supply, 86 to 36. So this is what Gosudark wasn't doing, if that makes sense.
No, it definitely makes sense. Wow.
Because Gosudark's playing as if somebody's going for a 2-1 timing push on ladder. And if they are going for 2-1, great. Like, it's the perfect counter. But Dandy doesn't play that way. And, I mean, Gosudark must know that. It was inexplicable that he kept losing the same way over and over. We saw it from Dragon as well. If you remember, like, a few weeks ago when Dandy 7-0'd Dragon.
Yeah,
Dragon did the exact same thing that Gosudark did. He just assumed that Dandy was going to play a long game, and Dandy was just playing too fast. Dewalt, he gets the Observer in, and his entire game strategy shifts. The moment Scan pushed out, that shuttle just went in and backstabbed him. Scan didn't turn around, which was good, but Dewalt, he just sacks the third, and he builds those gateways. It's such a clean way of playing. I love watching Dewalt play StarCraft.
Yeah, I do too. I gotta say, I'm quite impressed with this series so far. I did not expect him to be tied up here with Scan 2-2.
Oh, here's the Vax. The goons are gonna just spend the entire time shooting at the Vax.
Reaver
goes down without firing a single stab. Oh, we have a second Reaver. Okay. Yeah.
GG is called. Well played. Very well played there from Dewalt.
I have a bit of a reputation as a negative caster, I think. But, I mean, I think it depends on who I'm watching. Because, like, this game, like, there was so much good to talk about.
There was,
like,
man.
Yeah,
there really
like,
was so much good to talk about.
I remember in, I think it was the Best of the Best tournament, Vodi did a very similar build to what Scan did. And every time he tried to push out, a shuttle just flew into his main and dropped a Reaver, and he turned around. And then he would force the drop back, he'd start his push again, and then the drop would just come straight back, and he just kept turning around. And it was like an all-in time, and it ended up coming 3 minutes late. So, of course, by that point, there's just too many units on the map, and it loses. Because Terran mech, people like look at the Terran mech being like even in supply, and they think, ooh, that's really scary, because they assume it's like a late-game Terran mech. But if you do what Scan or Dandy does, where you just build a bunch of factories, maybe get +1 and go, like Dragoon can actually fight that straight up. Like Dragoons, Zealots, maybe a Shuttle Bomb, that's all you need. Gateway units will handle it.
Yeah, you don't really necessarily need that tech, that Arbiter, that Storm. Like, if you just spend the resources correctly, you have enough bulk, you know, you can hold it.
As long as you're ready for that timing. If the key battle is going to happen at 8 minutes, then you need to have whatever it is you're doing, that's got to be ready 8 minutes. It's no good having half an Arbiter. And
Easier said than done.
And that's why it was so good to see what Dewalt did there. Because he got what he needed in the time he had. Also, Scan, he did not miss a beat on his push. Scan was not turning around for anything. And that's what you want to see. Okay, we have Scan as the blue Terran in the top left, and Dewalt as the orange Protoss in the top right. So this is close position, but this is with high grounds and low grounds between them. So it's an interesting one. I think the last time we saw these two... No, it was Scan and Carla that I think was the last time I saw on this map. And Scan just killed Carla straight up with like a 3-fact timing on 2 bases. It was like 2 base, and then he did like a 5-tank push with 3-fact vultures behind it.
Yeah. I mean, it seems quite good for Terran on this map. I don't know about these positions specifically, but it's quite a strong build. Obviously, spawning vertical on this map is a completely different story than spawning horizontal here.
Yeah.
I'd say like the mid-game timings are way more favorable vertical. Naturals are closer, whereas they couldn't be really farther apart, and then have a high ground to low ground to high ground area to push onto, which can be quite challenging for Terran. So we'll have to see how they react here.
Yeah. We're seeing that the Scan's main is basically as open as it could be to Dewalt's harass play, and Dewalt does love those speed shuttles.
Good
Okay,
point.
we're seeing another.
Really good point.
Yeah, we're seeing another forward vax. Forward vax, but the question is, are we going to see a gas? I think probably not. This might be like the Eclipse game. Forward vax is, I really like it because I 12 next quite a lot. So sometimes I'll be bunker rush and I'll be like, that bunker rush was just really early. There were more Marines than there should have been. And then even after I hold it, they've got a command center already, and I'm like, what happened this game? How have they? And it's because they've done exactly what Scan's doing here. The forward vax. So you've got that ability to pressure, but you're also going for the CC behind it. So it's an economic opener that also can punish the one thing it's afraid of.
I see. So it can punish something like a 12 next, but should you choose to do a standard build order, you can almost also use that forward racks to kind of defend a quicker command center. Alright. Seems like a pretty strong opener, I gotta say. We have that command center going down at the natural here for Scan. Meanwhile, Dewalt core in production. Mining gas, no scout, which is starting to become, I don't know, pretty typical of Dewalt, feels like.
Yeah, if you do this build, you don't really need to scout because you're going. The thing is, whatever you scout, you're like, okay, I'm going to do it for 22 Nexus. So, and does it actually matter?
But even like the 12 next build that you were showing off, he didn't scout with a 12 next either, you know?
Oh, that one there, you've got no probes, you can't scout. You need them.
Got it, okay.
But this build here, the reason he's not scouting is because it's just not part of the build. There's no scouting information that changes what happens. You're going to go for the exact same Nexus timing, whether you scout a CC or whether you don't, because this is safe against a 2-fac. So it's not like you're going to, if you scout a 2-fac, you're like, okay, I'm still going to take my Nexus. If you scout a Nexus, you're like, okay, well, I need a Nexus. It's if you scout a CC, so you're like, okay, I need a Nexus.
It's kind of like the 12 Nexus build you were talking about earlier then as well.
Oh, he's not taking a CC. Okay, this is weird. Okay, he showed the SCV, his probe going down though. Okay, this is a bait. He sent his probe to the natural at the timing that would be for 23 Nex. But he's not done a 23 Nex.
It's gotta be Robo then, right? Or
no, it's just going to get the extra 2 Dragoons. The problem is he doesn't know from the bunker what's going on here. He's actually really far behind on economy. He's going to be able to attack this bunker all day long though. But he should still be keeping the Dragoon on the ramp just because he doesn't know yet. If the bunker was further back and he could see the CC timing, then he could recognize that this was a CC before gas. But, and that's an if. Okay, he's just sending Dragoons. He's read this. I don't know how, but he's going to have 3 Dragoons attacking that bunker for quite a while.
And that could potentially like even up their position.
He's still behind. But I mean, it's better than if you didn't have Dragoons shooting the bunker. That's about the most I can say for it, honestly.
Okay.
I mean, he's gone for 28 Nex against like a gasless expand. This is certainly Terran economic favored.
He is forcing some SCVs to stop mining. All that natural Nexus gets up, and possibly even a third here shortly. But yeah, it looks like Scan is really kept up in supply and actually exceeded Dewalt for the moment.
So the Vax flashing is interesting. That telegraphs that it's going to be some kind of push timing. Like we can see obviously it's 2-fac, but the question is, does Dewalt read from the Vax flashing that this is going to be... Was that just like a safety?
I think that was a safety. I don't know if that...
Yeah, okay, yeah, I believe that.
Timing. Yeah, I think he's just a little worried seeing so many Dragoons up front.
Yeah, you could be right. One thing that, I mean, I'm much lower on the ladder, but one thing that I note is that often players who are going to do like a early push timing with Mass Marine, they'll show you that they're building the Marines. You'll be there like shooting their bunker and you'll be like, you just built up like 7 Marines. I know you're going to do a Marine push like this. I can see it flashing. But that's not, that's my like A rank read that I'm trying to apply to this game, which is clearly not bad.
No, yeah, it would be pretty difficult, I feel like, for him to lose to a Marine tank timing at this point. I mean, those Dragoons have had range for so long. It's super key.
Well, the Marines are just buffer while the tanks do the damage. It's just Marines take 4 shots to kill.
Is that bunker gonna die? Oh, nope.
No, there's an SCV under the racks. But that tank's gonna die.
Whoa, you called it. That tank went down for a Dragoon, so good trade there from
Yeah.
Dewalt.
2 hits from 4 Dragoons, all it takes. And that's 160 damage.
Oh, were you right? Is this a Marine tank timing with 4 Marines?
Him losing the tank means this is much less likely to work, so I'd be... But he seems to be committing on it, but I mean, if I was in scanner position and I lost one of my first 3 tanks, I might just abort this.
I feel like, yeah.
Yeah, he's just probing. He's sending out the vulture to see where he's at, but the tanks are not like rushing across the map as fast as they can. I think
scouting probe.
If the vultures hadn't seen a base there, I think he would have backed off. I think his thing is that if the vultures tell him where he's at, and then he might commit to it, he might not. A single Reaver is going to be able to block this, though.
Yeah, I feel like a single Reaver will block this pretty easily. He will scout the 3rd. He'll know that the 3rd is on the way.
Oh, if that mine had killed the Reaver, that would have been really sad.
Yeah, that would have been pretty funny. Wow. Okay. So this
And Scan's laying a lot of mines for these Reavers. Okay, I don't know why Dewalt's going down there. His observer's finished. Okay, he could pincer this, actually. Yeah, his Dragoons are going to sweep in from the top.
Yeah, I think this is going to be good for Dewalt here. Reaver dropping in from behind.
Oh, he's got Zealots in there too. Oh, he struggled a bit to drop that for a second there, I think. I think the Reaver didn't want to get out. He's got a bunker mode and there's no Marines.
Good shot from that Reaver, but Reaver not really joining the fight right away. A little bit of a delay.
Yeah, he's microing those Dragoons. I think the pylon's not really helping him here, but if the Reaver would join in, that could be really useful.
Yeah, it definitely could be useful. So it looks like that bunker is gonna fall. Reaver still stays alive.
The Reaver just doesn't like these Dragoons. The Dragoon did something to piss this Reaver off, like in the canteen this morning.
Seriously, like they
the Reaver's like, fuck you guys.
Yeah.
I'm good, I've got a shuttle.
I'm just gonna chill up here, guys. And that was, yeah, seriously, the Reaver just needed to join that fight and it would have went so much better for Dewalt, but nonetheless, like, he held it fairly well. You know, he's got to be happy with that.
I mean, he should have like 6 more Dragoons than he does. I don't know, I don't know that he's going to be happy about that. He had enough stuff to hold it like pretty flawlessly. He didn't even kill the tanks. It was a 3 tank push. One of the tanks died before it started, and one of the tanks is still alive, so he killed like half a tank for 6 Dragoons. Like, it's not what you're looking for.
Yeah, not ideal. Not what you're looking for sure. So 2 Reavers coming in here, and I feel like this is going to clean it up.
Yeah, with no Goon support. The Goons are not falling for that trap again.
No way. They're not going to let these Reavers bait them into anything. Man. So Scan is falling back with those tanks. I like the fallback timing.
Yeah, and he hasn't lost his tanks. He lost that 1 tank at the start, and he lost 1 tank on the push, but otherwise they're still alive. He's taken his 3rd. So I think Scan's 3rd is going to start mining about the same time as Dewalt, which is surprising because Dewalt had more than enough stuff to crush that with the Reaver.
Yeah,
sometimes like your shadow will be slightly over a piece of terrain and your Reaver will just refuse to get out because the ground's uneven. And, like they're very fussy. I think that happened like at the start when the first Reaver was meant to drop, but the other parts I can't explain. Oh,
the spot's too
okay,
dirty.
Pylon's on time. We're okay. That was a very nice play by Scan though. That should have been such a high value play.
It was really close to being too.
Yeah, he knew logically when the probe transfer was going to happen, and he just times his vulture play for that. It's something that like a lot of high level players you really notice in their play. It's that they get very high value from their vultures. Oh, is he going to push through this? I think he's going to do it. Yeah, he's taken out most of the tanks.
Great trade here from the wall. Oh my gosh. You know, the vultures did open up a wall to that 3rd. That 3rd of Dewalt is going to be in significant damage here.
Yeah, that's a really easy mistake that he could have fixed. He could have just done a 2nd row of pylons. It's just he was busy, and so he's going to actually take way more damage than he should. This was completely avoidable by him. But, I mean, he did a very nice push break, or a very nice bust, so I can't fault it too much. Now he's going to lose his Reavers. Ooh.
Yeah,
and the CC's still alive, because Terran can just pick up and leave. So he's
Ooh,
lost
and loses the
5
Dewalt.
Dragoons to mines, he's lost the shuttle to... I think Scan's definitely got the better end of that, and he shouldn't have. Had Dewalt
Yeah.
doubled up the pylons at 3 o'clock and then not lost all the Dragoons to mines, Scan would not be able to retake his third anytime soon. But instead, all of the forces that are keeping Scan from taking his third, they're all dead.
Yeah, like you said, just doubling up those pounds and not losing the mining at that third or the probes would have been huge. I feel like he would have had a significant advantage, but as is, Scan has still kept himself in this.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh my gosh.
Scan's crisis management is honestly better than Dewalt. Dewalt's had some very nice timings, very nice pushes, but if you look at what's actually happened in like the high intensity parts of the game, Scan had to lift up his third, but he didn't actually take that much damage. Oh, he's going to lose his shuttle. Or not. Scan didn't lose his SCVs, he didn't lose that many tanks, he lifted up the third, and then he killed all the forces that were attacking it. Killed all the Dragoons, killed the shuttle, killed the Reaver. In the meantime, Dewalt lost a bunch of probes, he had to take all his mining off his base, lost a bunch of Dragoons. Like, Scan's just managing the chaos better.
Yeah, he really is. He's not bleeding anything. You know, he's getting value from each and every unit he sends out. But DeWalt's just, you know, losing a Dragoon here, losing a Reaver there, losing a shuttle there. It adds up after a while. At some point, you gotta assess, pull back, and just defend.
I think if Dewalt were playing against a worse Terran, he would be really, really far ahead right now. It's a testament to how good Scan is that Dewalt's feeling the pressure he is. Oh, Vulture drop at the bottom right.
I mean, take that game 1 for example, right? I've not seen 3 factory, 1 starport, 1 base work ever. You know, that's how good Scan is.
That was a 2 base.
Was it?
Yeah, game 1, it worked because Dewalt suicided his Reaver at the critical time. This game's over, sorry. I stopped casting just because I was like, I'm watching the screen, I know what's going on. That drop combo and the failed assault at the third. I really should be casting the game.
That was a very quick turnaround. No, you're doing fine. Wow, incredible play there. What a close game. That was a nail biter.
Yeah.
For sure.
Like, that could have very easily gone the other way with Scan, so being behind. Dewalt, he got nowhere near the value he should have from holding his 3 o'clock at the start. Like, that one tank escaping, losing 5 Dragoons because the Reaver just wasn't in the fight, that went much worse for him than it should have. Then the not doubling up the pylons, losing all the Dragoons, losing the shuttle, losing the Reavers. I think there were 2 Reavers in the shuttle that he ended up losing, and they were just stuck inside tank range and got tanked down from the high ground.
Yeah, you're right.
Just in the chaos,
that crisis
just bled off,
management.
yeah.
He just kind of managed it a little better. Dewalt was just bleeding off units, as you said. Whereas like Scan just kind of stayed in formation, stayed back, you know, didn't overextend. So, you know, hats off to Scan, and that's the kind of play we expect from him.
Yeah, there may also be a latency issue because like Dewalt is better with Reavers than we saw, especially at the start of that game. It's I know that the units aren't as responsive in higher latency, and with shuttles, one of the things you like to do is you drop, and also you move the shuttle to keep its acceleration up. So if you're doing that, then in latency, what you can have is you actually cancel the drop order because you move your shuttle too early.
Yeah, of course. That's gotta be annoying.
Yeah. It's completely unrelated to the series, but do you remember, I think, Hawk against, I think it might have been Dandy, it was one of the South American Terrans in BSL, and it was like a turn rate 8 extra high latency game.
I don't recall it off the top of my head, to be
Hawk
honest with you.
actually had perfect extra high latency turn rate 8 Mutamicro. It was the craziest thing I ever saw.
No. Really?
I think because he knew he was playing South America, he must have like had some kind of setup where he had it set to like super high latency, and he just practiced in that so he could get the timings right.
That's so funny to think. Like, okay, I don't need the best player ever to practice against. Give me the laggiest. Like,
Yeah.
it just, you practice your turn rate 8, extra high latency, muta control. Oh
Yeah.
man, if I ever hit Terror or Dandy, I've got this.
Yeah.
That's kind of funny.
I was watching. I was like, "How is he doing this?" Because normally, like with the South American Terrans, the Zergs just come up with. I mean, you know this. The Zergs just come up with a way of playing around mutas. But he actually did it. I was like, "This is crazy."
Yeah, that is kind of nuts. Or you just avoid mutas altogether.
Yeah.
Just those are your lurker openings. So like versus Terran. Yeah.
Okay, so
That's-
we have Dewalt as the is this pink Podos in the bottom right, and Scan as the blue Terran in the top right, on Revolver.
vertical positions, revolver. There's kind of 2 entrances to that natural-ish. Think of this map in these positions for this matchup.
I think Revolver's Terran favored. I think Podos favored, which is the opposite of what I said back. I just assume every map's Terran favored, but this map is there's a lot of high ground that the Terran has to push across in the middle. Very wide. It is kind of like an eclipse in that sense. The Terran can't really get from anywhere to anywhere without pushing up a ramp. And with vertical especially, the ramps are very wide. If you're pushing like close position horizontal, you can have those narrow ramps between the adjacent third base at the top. But vertical, it's very difficult to take a fight against Dragoons on there, because Dragoons can actually stand up to tanks early game if they're on a high ground.
Got
So-
it. Okay.
Yeah. I would quite like to see Dewalt doing a build that Pato mentioned earlier, which is the 16 Nexus, 16 Pylon, 16 Gas, 16 Core. It's a build that we saw in the ASL. Okay, this is good too. Second Pylon, you can do the 1 Zealot Nexus, I think.
Yeah,
We
I
will
feel
see
like
that.
this would be pretty good here.
Yeah, because this is a good map to fast expand on, but you also kind of want to build a Zealot, because they can't keep the Zealot out. He's going to first scout. This is okay. So gas. That means we're seeing either 2 Zealot Goon or 3 Zealot Goon. The 2 Zealot Goon is better if they get the Vulture out early, but the 3 Zealot Goon, if the Zealots are doing good damage, if you're killing Marines, if you're killing SCVs, then it just keeps that damage going because it's more efficient. You don't need to hold as much.
Is that something you can kind of read mid-build, whether you're building 2 or 3 Zealots?
From that core timing, I would say this is probably the 2 Zealot Goon,
Okay.
but it could be the 3 Zealot. I think also, as opposed, you have the ability to mix it up depending on how this is going. Because again, if you're not getting any damage done, the Vulture is going to be out so quickly that the 2 Zealot Goon is going to, or the 3 Zealot Goon, you're going to be wasting Zealot. What's going to happen is the Vulture is just going to start killing Zealots before you even get your Goon across the map.
Got it. Yeah, that's what I was kind of wondering. Like, can you adjust? Can you, like, say, like, oh, I'm actually getting some kills here with this first Zealot. Let's go ahead and build the 3rd one. Well, I guess he would have already had to start it, so...
Yeah, your core timing really changes it. So it looks like he's going to give up. Oh, if he gets his STV, that's huge. Okay. One thing that I want to note there is that he moved his Zealot up to the STV so that the STV attacks the Zealot first, and then when the Zealot returns fire, the STV doesn't run away. Because normally if you attack a worker with a combat unit, the worker runs away. So he deliberately triggered the STV to aggro.
That's so funny. Yeah. It's pretty common against probes as well. Early game ZVP. You move in front of the probe to get it to target you.
It's not a high level trick for sure, but it's. I mean, I like calling these things out when I see them, just because
No, it's good
it's
for
the
sure.
things that like make a difference. That extra Zealot hit was what caused the probe to be able to finish off the SCV. And finishing off the SCV means that Scan's now in the position of thinking, okay, is this going to be like a quick robo? Is this going to be Dragoon range pressure? Is this going to be a DT? Or is he just going Nexus? He just doesn't know. And I don't think Dewalt's going range.
Huh. So then that would mean this is a faster robo.
Yeah, which I like. Because again, I said this in game 1, but range it doesn't really do much for you unless you're going for like a push timing. You can get range whenever you want it, as long as you have it by the time you have the first fight. Like, who cares? Whereas the faster robo means you get the faster observer, which means you find out what's going on more quickly. Like the robo actually impacts timings. So yeah, you can go back for the range.
Well, last time Dewalt opened with this in this series, it went very well for him. Like I'm almost expecting the same here. Get that observer inside, scan space, get a better idea and sense of what Scan's going for here, see that starport, and then react.
So he won't actually have time for the observer to scout the starport. The drop will hit earlier than that, but he should be in position anyway because he knows the drop timings, he knows when it could hit by. Also, it's not always a terror, but when there are vultures out on the map placing mines early, for me, I'm always thinking drop, because the Terran ends up in the position where they have 4 vultures just sitting around doing nothing. And obviously at that point, they're like, you know what, I should do a drop. So if I see vultures early, I'm always thinking this has the potential to turn into a drop.
The Protoss who kind of taught me that was Raz. After playing with him for a while, he would constantly call, oh, they've got so many vultures on the map, it's probably dropped. And I was like, what? How did you make that read? He said the same thing. Yeah.
And look at 2 Dragoons immediately run home. This is the timing. And he's getting ready for it. He's got vision at the bottom left. He's got those scouting pylons on the left hand side of his base. He's got something right at the top right on the cliff. And he's got Dragoons inside his base already. He's keeping it flexible. However, he doesn't have range. This faster observer is going to tell him the drop's coming, but his Dragoons are going to kind of be shitty. They're going to be chasing vultures, but they won't actually be firing very often.
I mean, he's got to have range soon, no?
Soon ain't done. Soon's good, but it's not the same. Oh, did it just finish? I have to check the replay. That looked like it was range. Okay, yeah, it's got to have finished. Never mind. I always feel like when I go robo before range, my range is super late. Okay, well that did nothing, and also Dewalt is now in a position where I think Dewalt's going to stop making Dragoons completely and just take a third. That's the advantage of the observer. The observer goes in their base and you go, wait a second, you don't have anything. And Protoss, as I was saying earlier, it's a very stop-go race. You don't want to just macro properly. You don't want to be one of those people who keeps their gateways just constantly producing units the way that you're taught to.
I actually talked about that during the previous series with Gosudark, and I mentioned you because you're really the first Protoss I could think of that kind of made that call, and I really put 2 and 2 together. I was like, oh yeah, like once you really know that it isn't some type of 2-factor like early pressure timing, like why would you want to continue making Dragoons early when you could have a faster Nexus or tech or etc.?
Which is exactly what's happening. He's just said, okay, stop Dragoon production, gateways, upgrades. We saw he's getting his +1. We saw he's getting his Nexus. He's also seeing there's no CC building inside Scan's base, so this isn't going to be like a crazy stop. He's not going to go towards carriers right now. He's just getting the right amount of stuff he can get away with early to be ready for that push timing, but he's still assuming it's a 2-base push timing. And that's the beautiful thing about having that early observer, is because the Terran cannot hide their push timing. The Terran's always going to just tell you what they're going to do. And at that point, you just need to be ready. So Dewalt's going back and saying, okay, the Terran's going to attack in 2 minutes. What can I get in 2 minutes? Can I get a Nexus? Probably. Can I get +1? Sure, I can get +1. Can I get Arbiters? No. Can I get speed? Yes.
Got it. Okay.
It's the observer just makes this game so easy. It's also something that tilts the hell out of me when Protoss will put an observer like near the Terran base. I'm like, if you just moved it a little bit, you could see everything. Like, a lot of Protoss build observers because they think they have to, but they don't know what to do with them. Okay, Scan just started a CC, I think.
For the 3rd base.
Yeah, and if Dewalt sees that, and he does, then Dewalt goes, okay, great. You're not doing a push time, you're taking a 3rd base. I can now go to what my Arbiters, I can get speed shot, it takes the Nexus. It's such an easy matchup if you have that
that knowledge.
Yeah. And Scan's right not to push, because Dewalt was going to be ready for it. It's, I think had this been like a dandy game, then the Terran would have done the push anyway, and they just would have died. One of the things that, like, Scan's builder doesn't really make sense because he built a bunch of tanks and factories and then didn't do anything. But it's because he knew that it had been seen and countered. he would have gone for the kill had he thought that he had a chance of success, but he identified that the attack wasn't going to work, so he just didn't do the attack, didn't bother wasting the units, which was correct. It makes perfect sense.
And like we said earlier, Terra can definitely play out of a deficit by just slowly expanding, you know. Like, Scan is almost... He has less options now, but he definitely has a way to play out of this.
Okay, we're going to see Speed Shuttle Storm. That's Dewalt's decision. Do we have a second armory is my thing? Because the science facility is just finishing now, so we're going to see... okay, second army is just finishing. So yeah, Scan's going to try and make this go late, but I mean, Dewalt has the tools he needs. He's got his 4th base, he's going archives, he's got the shuttle speed on its way. He's going to try and delay this, but this isn't... He doesn't need to kill right now. He's got late game behind this. That's a narrow ramp Dewalt. I don't know about that.
If he just sits and clears some mines, this could be good. But yeah, I agree. I don't think he can pressure. Well, he disagrees. He's going in. 2 shuttles unloading slow zealots on top of siege
Just
tanks.
aren't making their way up. It's...
Yeah, a little frustrating.
He kept the shuttles alive, that's good. Because he's got archives coming. Oh, he's going to get a tank for free. That's nice. That was a good donation by Scan. Are we going to keep the shuttles alive?
There is a Wraith after them.
Yeah.
Wraiths do have that speed advantage, so he might try to save one of them.
Yeah, he'll save one. He's going to coming in to rescue it.
Ooh,
But
good reaction.
Dewalt doesn't need to get much more done. He's got a 4th base. He can take a 5th base. Because he still has that observer. That observer is still alive. It's been inside Scan's base for 5 whole minutes now. It tells him everything. It says, okay, yeah, he hasn't done the factory flood. Because at some point Scan's going to go from like 5 factories to 10 factories. And that's how Scan tells you he's getting ready to attack. So right now, Dewalt, he knows there's no attack. Scan will tell him when it's time to defend. So he looks inside Scan's face and goes, okay, yeah, still 5 factories, I'll take a Nexus, it's fine. It's like playing rock, paper, scissors when they're standing in front of a mirror. Like, oh, okay. You're doing that, are you? Okay, that's fine.
Well, that's only if the execution is as easy as you seem to think it is.
Well,
But,
that is,
yeah.
of course, the problem, is that there's no actual counter to 3-3 mech.
Yeah, exactly.
You see, ladder terrans is easy. Ladder terrans will tell you what they're going to do, and then they just do it, and you're like, okay, yeah, I just counter it, easy. But unfortunately for Dewalt, Scan is not going to make it as easy. Let's see the storms. Are they going to be good?
Ooh, big storm.
They're not going to be as
Storms.
good as they needed to be. Scan's going to repel all those.
Man. Yeah,
Let's
I think
see how
those
low
were
they are.
the best storms.
Yeah, I mean, Dewalt's behind now. He's trying too hard. That is not an... I think this map is so easy to defend horizontal, which is good and bad. Sorry, vertical, which is good and bad. It's great for Dewalt to defend, but he keeps trying these attacks up the narrow ramps, and they're just not working.
You think maybe you should just back off and try to secure bottom left?
Bottom left, and also work out what he's going to do after this. But I don't think he has the time anymore. If he goes for Arbiters of Chaos now, it's going to be too late, because if we look inside Scan's main, it's that extra 5 factories that I was talking about. So Dewalt is locked in at this point. Dewalt is going Speed Shuttle Storm. That's his strategy. And that kind of works against 2-1, doesn't really work against 3-2.
He's only on 2 gas, just now starting the gas at his 3rd base. So I feel like that was a pretty big committal from Dewalt on that timing.
Yeah. And he didn't need to. It's the thing that vexes me. He wanted to end the game. Also, Dewalt's naturally very aggressive, which is not a fault in a Terran player. I'm not going to complain about it. There have been so many games where I've been like, okay, the Terran's completely safe, and then Dewalt just busts them.
Yeah.
But this game, it didn't work out for him.
Yeah, look at this positioning from Scan. Depot walls, turret walls. You know, he has not overextended one bit this entire game. Plenty of turrets to defend these drops. I mean, Wraith even. He's just not giving any openings.
Yeah, and Dewalt's only now going for Stargate. So Dewalt is locked in on his chosen strategy, which is, as I said, okay against like early game mech, kind of playable against 2-1, not playable against 3-2. He could have his air upgrades by this point. He could have like 3 or 4 arbiters by this point. He could be doing vehicles by this point. But he chose a different strategy, and now he's going to get punished for it.
I mean, is there any way to transition to carrier from here? Like, there's no amount of like
he's too far
delay.
behind on the upgrades.
Okay.
Because every upgrade differential for carriers is 20% damage against mech. So if you get +3 carrier attack and they have +0 armor, that's extra 60% damage. But if you're +0 attack on the carriers, they have +2 armor, you're doing -40% damage. It's pretty significant. -40% is a pretty big number.
Yeah, -40% definitely is.
And that's what it's going to be at this point. +2 armor is faster than +1 air attack, so he would be at -40% damage against Goliath. And that's just too much. It's one thing that I quite like doing in my PvTs is I just start my +1 air early. It's a very cheap upgrade. If it turns out I don't go carriers, who cares? It's 100/100. If I do end up going carriers, it actually makes a big deal that I have that extra upgrade. But as I said, Dewalt's locked in. He's only got the 1 Stargate too. So this is not going to be the Arbiter style where you stasis half the army, then recool. This is going to be the Arbiter style where you have an Arbiter.
I see.
Which is... I don't like this at all. Now, he can still make it work with the Storm, is the thing.
Ooh, we see a Corsair and 4 shuttles. Is this what we were talking about? Oh,
I don't know about this.
Yeah, he's using the Corsair to tank.
I'm prepared to be proven wrong, but I don't know what I'm about to see.
Oh, you're gonna see a big storm, that's for sure.
Storm that just misses completely. And then here... it's the old Polish recoil.
Polish recall?
Have you never heard that?
I have heard it, yeah. It's just been a little bit, but I like it.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
It's doing nothing. Look at those setups, they're so worthless.
I mean, he killed off some SCVs, he forced some units to come back to
the
the
Scan
game.
pushing across the map and killing him.
Very true, very true.
All the shuttles are over here, so he needs to have like the best storms you've ever seen. Now, I mean, this is Dewalt. He might have the best storms you've ever seen. I'm not going to say it's not going to happen, but like he does need to pull something out of his hat here. He's also missed the point where you can fight Scan from the high ground when Scan from the low ground. Scan has taken the position outside Dewalt's base.
Yeah, this can't be good. I don't see
Yeah.
there's much he can do from
No.
here.
And if the tanks will shoot each other, that could be okay. Let's see if that happens.
Could happen.
I mean, tanks do like shooting each other. It's not unheard of.
Alright, Dewalt moving in with a couple of shuttles.
That storm
Getting us
wasn't worse, but I've seen better storm. Yeah, I mean, he's dead.
Yeah. He's just, this is in the middle of his rally too. Any units rallying out of the main are not going to be able to move now. I think Scan's done it here.
Yeah, and Dewalt just, his strategy was to win it in like the mid game, and he didn't win it in the mid game.
It was kind of a cute Corsair 4 shuttle timing, going for something, you know, but it was, it's just not enough at this point in the game.
Yeah, I mean, this is upgraded mech. He doesn't have, Chaos doesn't have arbiters. So, yeah, there's not going to work.
And Scan taking game 6. Very, very strong play out of him tonight. So, wow, pretty incredible.
Yeah. And one thing that, the previous game, or the last game that Dewalt won, Scan did something that had to build order counter. Scan did the whole rock, paper, scissors thing where you, there's an observer inside his base, so Scan picks rock and Dewalt goes, okay, I guess I go paper. And then it's just all down to execution, and Dewalt executed well enough. The build that Scan did last game, which is something that you mentioned earlier, it doesn't really have a hard counter like that. If the Terran says, okay, I'm just going to take this late, I'm going to get my upgrades. As a Protoss, you can get the tools you need to beat it. You can say, okay, I need bases, I need gateways in different corners, I need arbiters, whatever. But then you still actually have to have really good execution to make it work. There's no just, well, I do this and so I win.
Yeah, there's no like significant advantage from that. It's like you just have to outplay them, outwork them.
Yeah. And I think that's the kind of build that Scan wants to be doing, because Dewalt has shown that if Scan plays rock, paper, scissors with Dewalt would just hard counter and win. But
yeah,
like, Dewalt is good enough, and he has the experience that if Scan does anything that can be countered, Dewalt will counter it.
Well, that's pretty good analysis. I'd have to say you're spot on, Kwark. Like you just, Scan is at that level that he could probably normally get away with that against most ladder players, but Dewalt's just not your typical foreigner. He's you're really gonna have to force him to make mistakes, force him to outplay him. You're not gonna get any gimmicky wins.
I don't want to shit on Gosudark, but I think we really are seeing the difference between the two Protosses here, where one of them sees what's happening and then just dies to it. The other one sees what's happening and just hard counters it.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. We're literally seeing adjustments. And actually, speaking of adjustments here, Scan with a forward barracks. This makes me think of Sari versus Mini this season at ASL. Huh.
This is a single rack, so I'm not.
That's what Sari did, actually.
Did it work?
No, it did not.
I can't. Marines aren't the best unit. Normally the Marines at least have somewhere to hide, but this is. Maybe Scand has a really hard read about this being a 12 Nexus, but I mean, the read is not correct. This is not that. It's not even going to be straight goon. He's always built a second pylon. This is going to be Zealots. This is the worst case scenario.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. He's hoping for a 12 next here after the previous games, and it's not going to be a 12 next.
At least he's scouting the bottom right, so he realizes that he's fucked early. And I think he'll just build a second marine, then a float at home and build a bunker. Yeah, this is bad news.
Have you seen many PvT on this map?
I haven't. The only times I've seen this map is ASL, and he's building a third marine. Interesting. The foe's about to run into this.
Yeah, the probe should see this, actually. Ooh, he knows right now exactly what's going on.
Yeah. I mean, Dewalt probably can't do that much damage. He's taking his gas, so this is going to be like 2 Zealot Goon. But there's no racks inside Scan's base to keep his Marines alive with. These Marines are actually going to have to just have an SCV in front of them and then fight on the ramp. He can't do any micro. And then at some point, Scan's going to have to try and take a CC, I'm assuming. I don't know, do you take a CC on this map?
I'm not sure.
Why are those Zealots? I think Dewalt doesn't know what's going on either. I think Dewalt's like, wait a second, there's a barracks in the middle of the... What am I looking at? Because I would love to see these Zealots just walking across the map. Zealots just... They're so good against Marines. They can just... If a bunker gets up, it changes things. Okay, he's going to hit some kind of timing. I was really hoping that the bunker wouldn't get up before the Zealots just show up, because this is going to be so one-sided.
Yeah, I don't think the bunker is. I don't even see one. I think it maybe just started.
Yeah.
Yeah, these 2 Zealots could be a problem here. Ooh, the probe might go down first. Nope. Good reaction time.
And the probe's going to hang out and do... I mean, he might even lose the SCV on the bunker. Okay, it's good that he killed that, but go on, SCV on the bunker, kill it. And we're going to see the RNG. Okay, RNG is...
Wow, only one Marine falling.
Oh, and he surrounds the Zealot. Okay, he gets an SCV for his job. It's not the worst.
Oh my gosh.
It's not the best either. He's getting Dragoon range. Okay, that's interesting. I was thinking he'd just get one Dragoon, or even just to pressure the bunker. Or if he's delayed the bunker, one Dragoon would be great, just because it could kill Marines forever. But he's getting Dragoon range, but it's not going to be early enough to do any kind of pressure. I would have personally cancelled the Dragoon range and gone straight into the Nexus, because it's 150 minutes earlier on the Nexus, but we'll see if he gets value. He's still building Dragoons, but...
Maybe he wants to, I don't know, just a guess, but like try to scare Scan into thinking he's playing early 2-gate Goon pressure or something, but...
What about that if he can't build 2 gateways inside his base?
Oh, that's actually hilarious.
Yeah, he put the pylon right at the top, and then we saw him try and build his first gateway on the low ground, and couldn't. And then he just panicked and put his gateway there because it had to go somewhere. But it's, I don't think this is,
Oh, that's surprising. I'm surprised he hasn't played more games on Lemon.
Nobody plays Lemon.
Huh.
I guess Scan has to, because Scan is actually at that ASO level, but nobody voluntarily plays Lemon. This could go very well or very badly for Dewalt. So Dewalt's taking a very quick third, and Scan's going towards drop. So Scan has no power in terms of his attack power. He can't actually kill a base, which means that having 3 bases is great, because you have all the extra income, and you're completely safe. As long as the vultures don't do too much damage. So it's a weird spot. If you completely shut down the drops, then you're really far ahead. If the drops do a bunch of damage, you're not really far ahead.
I see.
It's really going to be a test of execution and like awareness. What we saw last game for the drop is that Dewalt had his Dragoons really well positioned, and he had like scouting pylons everywhere he needed them. He was very aware of the drop coming, and the drop did no damage at all. If that happens again this game, Dewalt will be very far ahead. Last game we saw that Dewalt blocked the drop and then immediately took a third. This game he took the third, so the third's already done. It means that he'll have a crazy strong economy as long as he doesn't take the damage. But he's got to not take the damage.
He's gonna need like a scouting pylon at 6.
Yeah, scouting pylon 6, Dragoons at every base, and maybe some blocking buildings. Although this map looks difficult to have the blocking buildings on. You actually don't need that many units to defend against drop, is the thing.
Because they're trapped. Yeah, there's nowhere to move.
When you scout drop, you stop building units. Because you don't need them. When you scout drop, you go greedy, but you do need to have them correctly positioned. And we may see that. If this does no damage, Dewalt is in a fantastic spot. Scan doesn't have mass factory. Scan doesn't have any punch coming. And Dewalt's on 3 bases, 4 gas. He hasn't taken the 4 gas, but he's got that potential. That pylon at 6 would have been so clutch right now.
We also see no vision from Dewalt, though. I feel like he has no idea this is coming.
Okay, he sees the pylon. Oh, had that just gone into the main, that would have done so much damage. He could have placed mines on the ramp. Now Dewalt's thinking about it. Okay.
Wow, that was really unfortunate. Like you said, if he just went straight into the main, I think Dewalt was in a lot of trouble there.
So I think Dewalt was sending his probe to 6 as that was coming. I think like Dewalt woke up and like, shit, drops.
Yeah.
Sometimes that happens in games. You're like, what am I missing? What am I missing? Oh yeah, that's how I'm gonna lose.
Either way, Dewalt has a Dragoon in the main now. He's scouted that dropship, obviously. Oh, dropship is going into the main, though. We'll see if he's ready.
He's got observers done at least, but this still could do a lot of damage.
Oh, unless it doesn't.
Is it a fake? There's blue dots moving north, so I think the vultures could have jumped out already.
I think I saw some of them jump out. Yeah, it must have been all of them then. Ha.
So Dewalt needs to see these factories. If he sees these factories, he's going to know exactly what's going on. Because Scan's telegraphing. Scan says, okay, my drop failed. I'm going to go a bunch of factories. I'm going to kill you. There's not going to be a +2 this game. This is going to be a +1 timing. And for Dewalt, that means speed shuttles, or just regular shuttles with zealots, speed lots, and a bunch of gateways. Maybe Storm if he's feeling like he can get there, but you don't even need it. Definitely no arbiters. And he scouts it. Okay, Dewalt, show me your reaction. Show me what you're doing against the 6 fact.
He's pulling back with the obs right away. I think that's a good sign that he's recognized what he's up against.
Yep, I want to see these big red squares going down inside his base. There we go. Yeah,
Boom.
That's what you want to see. This is why I love watching Dewalt. This is what Dewalt does and Gosudark doesn't.
So now he's just got to buffer, right? He's got to delay this Terran timing as much as possible.
So we did actually see a science vessel. So this is it's going to hit before +2. I think this is just for the vessel itself, maybe to get the D matrix, maybe to get like detection. No, he's just doing like a 2 base 2. What are you doing, Scan? Nobody does 2 base 2 ones. It's always a 3 base 2 one. So I mean, Scan's doing it.
If Scan's doing it, it's got to be a thing.
He's added a second armory. He's got a science facility. This is okay. I still like Dewalt's response. I still like him going, okay, wait a second, my opponent has 6 fact, need a bunch of gateways. The fact he just added the Stargate, I like that as well, because the opponent has a science facility. This is not going to be... If they don't have a science facility, it's going to be a really short game. You don't need any tech at all. You just need to kill the push. But if they are eventually going to go for 2-1, which Scan is, then it's fine to go towards the Stargate. And this is just delaying action. This is perfect. He's got the Observer. He can see it coming. I'll kill your vultures, but I will not lose any dragoons. If you siege up, I back off. If you don't siege, I kill you.
Wow. Yeah,
so
he
clean.
killed almost all of the vultures too for nothing.
Yeah, this is such clean play by Dewalt. And those gateways are kicked in. He's up 40 supply. Oh, come on. Beautiful. Yeah, just kill some tanks for free. Why not? 2 tanks down. And he sieges again. I just love watching Dewalt play. Dewalt is just putting on a masterclass of what you do in this exact spot.
Yeah, this
You
is a
scout,
clinic.
you scout it, and then you counter it. It looks easy. How do you win PvT? You check what they're doing and you counter it.
Legs just completed as well for Dewalt.
Okay, Scan's not going to commit. He's going to take another CC. That is a good decision, I think, because Dewalt, look at that arc. If Scan committed, he would regret it. But I mean, Dewalt's already got such a powerful economy. If it's an odd spot, Dewalt needs to identify that Scan's not committing and then go back into taking bases. That was a good play by Scan.
Yeah, picking off that probe, delaying that 4th for so long.
But I mean, we're going to see some Storm plays fairly soon, I think. And Scan's army is not going to appreciate that. Oh, this Vulture Harass is going to do a lot of damage. That pylon block is not a pylon block. There used to be some Dragoons there that were helping out, and now there aren't.
Do you think that's intentional?
What, to lose all his players? I don't think he did want to lose all his players, I think.
I was just thinking, like, we saw the drop play earlier, and I was wondering if maybe he didn't wall that to be defendable from drops, but yeah.
What worries me is we have 4 gas for the Protoss. He's only taken 3 of them. He's got 1 Stargate making Arbiters. Like, if I have access to 4 gas to the Protoss, I will make 4 Stargates.
Especially with banking so many minerals too, right?
Yeah, because like Scan is telegraphing that he really is just going to go for a, like he's going to take this slow, he's going to get his 3-2. There is going to be 200 supply of 3-2 mech eventually hitting Dewalt, and Dewalt need to have a plan for that. For me, the answer to 200 supply of 3-2 mech is a recall and also like 5 stasis. Like, a
What about
stasis for every
carriers?
tank.
I love carriers. I just love seeing the matchup.
Yeah, carriers are good if you can get them. Okay, we're above the cliff. I don't know about being above the cliff here. We're not going to be able to drop any units.
Yeah, you're very right. You definitely can't drop units on the crack of the cliff. Oh, that's so good.
Dewalt, you were like 50 supply up and now you're dead.
No! 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 What? He had that.
Scan is playing so like, Scan will say paper and Dewalt goes, okay, scissors, and Scan goes, okay, you know what, let's try this again. He doesn't lose the game when he gets hard countered. He goes, okay, you know what, good job, you identified what I was doing, you countered it, let's try again. Just...
Oh man, I thought he had that game for sure. That was very well played.
It's so easy as, like, you watch lower level Terrans play and they just have their plan, and they don't care if it's been countered, they're just going to do their plan. If they're going to do a like +1 push, you could have like all the Psy Storms in the world, they're still going to +1 push into it and just die. But Scan, he does not want to lose these games, so he's just choosing not to. If his plan fails, he just makes a new plan.
Like Dewalt had so much map control there. He was taking 12 o'clock. He could have taken another one of the mineral onlys, or maybe even mid left. Like, I don't think that was his time to leave the game. But I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
It did go badly for him. He wasn't. So I think part of the problem is that Dewalt thought Scan was going to push because Scan said he would. Scan said, okay, I'm going to make 6 factories and I'm going to do this like push at like 130 supply across the map. And if you block that push, you win. And Dewalt's like, great, okay, I'll block that push. Done, no trouble. And then Scan didn't do the push. Dewalt set up this beautiful concave. He had all these shuttles. He had speed lots. He did some zealot bombs. It was going to be amazing. If Scan wasn't a fantastic Terran player, then he would have just walked across the map and died. And that's what Dewalt was waiting for. And then it doesn't happen. And Dewalt's like, wait a second, you've bailed out of this. You're going for 3-2 now, and you've got a third CC coming. And at that point, he needs to take 12 o'clock. He needs to take another base. He needed more gateways somewhere else on the map, and he needed a bunch of arbiters. It changes the game. But you don't see that at lower levels. Lower levels, they will have their plan, and they don't care if it's a bad plan. They're still going to do it.
Yeah.
It's
like I get what you're saying. Like, almost no reaction. They were going to do it regardless. Like,
yeah. Like if you're playing like, I don't know, 23, 2400 on the ladder, if they said they're going to do a 6-fact push, they will do that 6-fact push. If you do the counter to a 6-fact push, you're going to win the game. It's done. It's easy. It's this thing where they go, wait a second, you've countered my counter, so I need to come up with the counter to the counter. That's the thing, a scan thing.
yeah. Huh. Still, that was incredible. You know, what the type of play we'd expect from Scan. Dewalt, not too shabby himself. A few of those games, even the losses were a little closer than, I guess, really the result felt. But still, what an incredible series. Thank you to Dewalt. Thank you to Scan. Thank you, Kwark. And yeah, thank Pato as well for being my co-caster here. This was a fun couple of series to get to witness. And yeah, this was a great day.
I got
Thanks,
a win on
guys.
Ascension. My 12 necks.
You did get to witness the Kwark 12 necks. I'm gonna keep that in mind. Anytime I see a 12 necks, just stomp a bunker rush. Be like, Kwark showed me this.
Let's call it the Kwark build. Kwark something. Give it a name, Kwark.
Yeah, we'll
Well, it only ever works once. The first time we did it, it worked. Second time we did it, it failed. It's good
Very
for
true.
exactly one win.
I guess it depends how you micro everything, right? Whether you send your probes back and you're saving your zealots, your goons aren't taking too much damage from the bunker. There's all these little variables that if you control for, maybe it can really work. And if your opponent can't tell the difference between the Kwark build, the bait one, and the real one, then it's actually pretty smart, right?
Yeah.
And I think there's going to be a lot of people who fall for it, actually.
I think at the moment I'm the only person who does it.
Well, nobody knows about it. You got to popularize it.
I put it on the team that could strategy for him.
Well, maybe there are people who are doing it, you just don't know.
Yeah.
It's cool, though. I like the meta thing. I wish there was more information about who created what. Somebody said that everybody knows who created what, but I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so.
It'd be nice if somebody posts about it, like this build was created by this person and that. And just in general, just like meta talking, all those little things that people do and they put them together and you have a build. I find that extremely fascinating.
I'm just thinking back across the series. That Largo game was beautiful. That Largo game, Dewalt just did everything he needed to do. It was a very, very clean opener. Like I was casting it ahead of time. I was like, okay, yeah, he's just going to build 2 Dragoons, second Dragoon on the ramp, then he's going to go into, and it was easy. It was textbook.
Some of his games remind me of Kala, like he has all his win conditions, and then here comes an attack that just sets him back. But I guess what I don't appreciate that Protoss players do is you got to do something. Otherwise, Terran just gets 3-3, maxes out, and stomps over you. So maybe that's why there's those.
Yeah, it's up to the Terran. Sometimes the Terran will just say, okay, I'm going to do this thing, and if you counter it, you win. And those are the good ones. Those are the games that are easy. And then sometimes the Terran will bitch about it, and you're like, wait a second, no, you chose to do this all in cross map with no. What are you doing? But other times the Terran just doesn't give you any win conditions. They're just like, yeah, you somehow have to come up with an answer to 3-3 mech. And those are the bad games.
What I like about Lemon is I think if you recall in their main and you stasis the ramp, it's over, right? You basically take over the whole main and destroy everything. Not that there's too much to destroy though, right? There's just
well, that's on every map. The recall stasis is just a kill move.
Lemon's funny because it's just so little space.
And so many SCVs and so many, like, yeah, important units inside the main at the same time. So little space to build turrets. And
Actually, I don't even know if
Factories in the
recall is effective on limit.
Yeah, there's
Because
no
people-
factories.
Yeah.
You want to recall the
Well-
factories.
what about? I mean, if you kill off the command center and all the SCVs, it's got to be a good thing, right?
Well, SCVs can just run away. And
Yeah.
Command centers are cheap.
What if you stasis the ramp?
SCVs can glide through that.
Oh, you're right. Yeah,
They can also push them out of the way, which is bullshit.
That is bullshit. Come on, Blizzard. Fix
Yeah,
your
that
game.
If I status the ramp, that ramp better stay statused.
Can you believe they're saying Protoss is inbound? Like, I think seriously they're all balanced, and I'm not the most knowledgeable person, but the way that some Terrans really believe that Protoss is OP.
It's those Terrans are the ones that
Ridiculous.
like do the rock paper scissors thing where there's a mirror behind them, and then they always lose, and they're very upset about it. If you just do what Scan did, you're fine. But if you say, okay, I'm going to do this push at 8 minutes and 30 seconds, and if you have something to block it, I lose, and the Protoss can see that that's what you're doing, and yeah, of course they're going to block it. But it's don't tell them what you're doing.
Also, before I complain about any race, I look at the actual win percentages at the pro level, and yeah, there's a case to be made that Protoss is the weakest race. I have to admit, I am myself garbage. I lose to Protos's man. Protoss, you could say, has a pretty tough time against top Zergs.
I know. I mean, last time I saw a Protoss lose at the PVZ, that was like, it was I think Stork losing to 0, and that was mostly on Stork. You can't just group all your zealots up and run them into mass lurker.
Yeah, but at the same time, I've seen some games from players like Soma going 2-base Muta into like the latest third ever you've ever seen ZVP, and then just the entire game being like, well, what could he have done? Like, there's absolutely no adjustment that could have been made. You could have saw his build and not adjusted anything.
Zergs have gotten good at stuff. It's like coming back. I didn't play from like 08 through like 2020, but coming back, I was like, wait a second, Zergs can like all of this like 2-hat muta and 3-hat muta ZVT micro. They do that against Protoss too. It's they learned how to micro their mutas, and now it's really scary. And SimCities changed. It used to be that if you build some speed lots and you run them into a Zerg base, the Zerg dies. Now you're just like, oh, I have to kill an Evo before I even get.
Yeah, or a hatchery before I can even get on the sunken.
Yeah. Or oh, there's 2 hiders, one behind the other, and the only choke. I guess I had to back off. Or when they drill they pull the egg, the lava to the left, and then they just egg the gap. That is like the most frustrating. You have to appreciate the skill that it took to do that. We were like, oh, okay, then yeah, I guess I can't attack anymore.
He moved the larva over there and then built like 2 Zerglings.
Yeah.
I'm not getting through. That's funny.
I think I've seen walls where they have the hatchery on the right, and then they do pull the lava left, and then they block with the eggs, and like it's so clever, but also it's bullshit.
I gotta start implementing that for sure.
And you got to appreciate it when you see it. You're like, okay, yeah, that was cool. I've lost this game, but like, good job.
Alrighty, folks. I think I'm out of here for tonight.
Yeah.
Ox, thank you again for having me on. Always appreciate it.
Always, man.
Tonight was a lot of fun. Kwark, I always appreciate your knowledge, sir. Thanks for walking me through this series and, yeah, joining me and just chatting with me, giving me a bit of what you know. I always appreciate it.
Thanks
you
for
for
joining,
having me.
Kwark.
Had a good
If
time.
you guys got any shout-outs, anything you want to mention before you go?
I'm hopefully going to try to qualify for BSL here in the
Hell
next
yeah.
couple weeks. Yeah.
They got a good
so
map pull.
they definitely do. So look out for me to either do something or don't. You know, it's at least a coin toss at this point. But
They go to league.
I'm gonna try. I played Gosudark last season, so we'll see. I'm aiming for the higher, but If I get there or not, it's more likely not, but who knows? We'll see.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Yeah. Alrighty. Are
Alright,
you
gentlemen.
you're playing in BSL, Quirk?
Yeah, I'm currently 23-10, but I mean top 28 or top 24 on the foreigner scene is so competitive. I'm not going to get up.
Yeah, I hear you. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do it either. I think you got a better shot than myself, friend. But so keep pushing for it, man. You can do it.
It's because he plays Protoss. Go ahead and say it.
it's because you play Protoss.
The silly thing is, it's because of that 12 next build. I do that on ladder, easy points against Terrans.
I believe it, man. I believe they just bunker rush anytime they see a 12 next.
Yeah, have a good night.
All right, you too. Take care,
Take
guys.
care, guys. Bye.